to AR/VR Think Tank. The general premise of this panel is to talk about the likely evolution of AR and VR, where it's going. We have about an hour, so we're just going to give you the highlights. We have a pretty amazing and diverse panel. Everyone on here is doing something pretty progressive, but generally in different areas of the medium. So I'll introduce everybody. I'll ask them to kind of talk about what they're doing, specifically that's pushing the medium forward, that's nodding to the future of the business. Then a couple follow-up questions, and I'll try to open it up if we have some time to everybody here. So first, we have Michael Kaplan down at the end there, who's Senior Manager, Global Media and Entertainment Business Development for NVIDIA.
NVIDIA, that's right.
World leader in visual computing. Michael's got 2 decades of experience in technology industry focused on media and entertainment market. Then next, we have Bo Bigol, right there. Bo his resume is pretty crazy. He's VP Global Head of Media and Technology Labs for Huawei. He handles R&D, whose mission is to create the future of media experience through innovations in ultra-high efficiency compression, computer vision and hearing, 3D modeling, augmented virtual reality, full field communications, and personalized responsive media. Previously, he was Senior Director at Samsung at the User Experience Center. He's got 30 patents in technology. The list goes on. You can read about him in your program.
Thanks, Sean. That's really nice.
I was going to keep going, but
That's plenty.
we only have an hour. Next, we have Timothy Dodd. Timothy's SVP, Head of Corporate Development and Strategy at Technicolor. As Head of Corporate Development and Strategy, Tim leads partnerships for Technicolor worldwide, significant leadership experience in digital media. Worked at Warner Brothers. Forward to hearing what Technicolor is doing.
Sure.
Next, we have Randall Fleiser, famous person in the movie industry. First feature he did was in Grease, the most successful musical ever made. Then Blue Lagoon, one of my favorites, The Boy in the Plastic Bubble, Summer Lovers, and Santorini. In 2010, he was elected to the Science and Technology Committee for the Academy of Motion Picture and Arts. And now he is taking his talent to the VR space. He's going to tell us about that in a second. And lastly, we have Chilla Cosmo Anderson, who's in for Guido today. And, well, tell us about, I don't have your bio, so can you give us a...
Sure. So my role is content relations, which means that I'm working with the creatives to introduce our technology and have a production team that integrates with creative production teams on set to help them to use our camera, which is the Ozo camera from Nokia, as well as the other technologies, software technologies around it.
So since I already have you going here, talk about, so I'd like everybody to kind of talk about their project and what they're doing and how it's pushing the medium forward. Talk about the Ozo camera and how that's sort of enhancing the media.
Sure. So Ozo is a purposely built virtual reality camera, and it's targeting towards the professional industries. So movies, documentaries, but also live productions. We have actually a technology for to stream live from Ozo, which is an 8-camera rig. It's basically looks like, I don't have it with me, but it basically looks like a small ball, and the 8 cameras are evenly distributed around that ball, and it has also 8 spatial microphones. And
we got a picture.
thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Maybe not the best picture, but yeah.
That's great.
That is.
Thank you so much. That's great.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan.
So it's got 8 cameras around it.
Yeah. So we can shoot on, record on board on the camera, so you can use it untethered, or you can use a real-time monitoring technology with it. Then you have to be tethered with the camera. But it's really a great tool for directors to be able to see what's happening on set, because as you know, 360, when you shoot 360, the camera will see everything, so you don't want to be seeing the production crew. Therefore, usually we would be hiding behind that wall here or outside on the corridor, and then the director can have a view on a HMD or a monitor how this production is going and what the viewer going to see on the HMDs.
Is there sound integrated into this as
Yeah,
well?
yeah. It has eight microphones, so you can record sound with it, but you can also integrate in our post-production software externally recorded audio.
And then what's the cost for this?
The cost for the camera currently $45,000.
Nice.
And I want to mention also that we shot some great productions lately with the camera. One won the Proto Awards a week ago, which is Argos, which we collaborated on with the Magnopus team, and that won the best live action for VR at the Proto Awards. And then we also released a music video with One Republic recently, which has been a great hit on multiple platforms. It got almost 1 million views on YouTube, the VR video itself. So it's been, the camera has been used quite widely also for live productions, for live sports, from ESPN to UEFA in Europe, live concerts, Austin City Limits a couple of weeks ago. So a lot of versatile use.
Great, thanks. So let's go to Bo right now. Bo, he's got some. These aren't
Sure.
necessarily your projects, these are just projects you think that are really pushing the medium forward.
Right. So at Huawei, Huawei is traditionally a network equipment company, and now recently we've had a lot of success with smartphones. But still, we see ourselves as we're not the camera makers like Nokia or Google Jump, GoPro Array, and there's a number of 360 video cameras out there. And what Huawei's trying to do, though, is bridge that connection between the camera and the consumer, right? So my lab's focus in particular is on compression, transport, protection, adaptive streaming, and all this in the face of, variable network conditions. And we're also looking at what's the future of VR video experiences that are going to push the bandwidth requirements in networking and be prepared for that. So Huawei is big behind the 5G wireless networking, which will come out around 2020, which is about the time we think VR content will be mainstream, be widespread use. I mean, it's becoming mainstream already, but by 2020 it should be big and it'll be pushing the bandwidth, so 5G wireless will come right in time. So I wanted to show a couple examples of, in addition to the 360 video experience that the Nokia Ozo provides, there's another kind of VR video we call volumetric video, and there's some examples of it out today, but it's not very common because it's really expensive to put together. It requires arrays of cameras. This is a clip from the Super Bowl this year that was produced by Replay TV, which is a company that Intel bought right around the same time, around February. Anyway, what they're doing here is they're using 32 5K cameras in this arena, in this sports arena, Levi Stadium in San Jose. And they're capturing 32 different views of this play on the field. Then they're constructing a rudimentary 3D model of the players and doing, bitmap stitching to enable this virtual pan around the entire scene. Right. So the way it's happening today, though, is it requires a high amount of computation and post-production in order to produce this one scene. But in the future, it's going to be possible to use your Tango tablet or your VR headset for an individual consumer to pick their individual view of the play. So if you wanted to look more closely, zoom in on some particular aspect here that the producers wouldn't have thought of producing in advance, you should be able to do that. To make that happen, though, we have to stream 32 5K resolution video feeds to every consumer so that they can they can reconstruct their own individual view of it. Now, I'm exaggerating. There's ways to do that more efficiently. but effectively, that's the kind of thing that has to happen, and that's why we're working on network architectures and compression algorithms to make that possible. So I want to show one other quick example, which is in the same vein, but it's more of a consumer application here. Well, actually, sports viewing is mainstream consumer, but this is from Microsoft Research, a project they called holoportation. What's happening here is this guy's daughter is in another space. This is just a research prototype. It's not a product, but it was in fact implemented, and it's possible to do with today's technology. It's just very expensive today, but it'll come. So his daughter's in another room surrounded by 8 cameras, 8 depth cameras, Kinect-like cameras, and it's capturing her in real time, creating a 3D model of her, and then projecting it to him in this space. And he's wearing a HoloLens so that he can see her in the space. And you may notice her physical space has the same kind of furniture as his physical space, so that when they project her 3D model into his space, she's aligned with the objects in the space very, very precisely. And I'll just point out this lower left view is what he actually sees through the HoloLens. And what we're seeing in the main screen is a reconstruction from a third camera. And they're able to do a little more post-production and add some opacity, which makes this image more realistic than the HoloLens image. But my point here is that this is 3D volumetric capture and real-time transmission of this image, and not the post-production stitching that we saw in the replay TV. And I know this guy, he's a friend of mine from the research community, and he said this is the most emotional experience he's ever had with a computer-mediated communication. And you can well imagine it. And just to show one other aspect of it, they also record it, and so now he's got this 3D recording of this interaction between him and his daughter that he could keep as a memory, for all time. So this could be the future of digital photography, home photography too. So these are the kind of things that I'm excited about, and that we're working on technologies to make possible over the network and consumer phones.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
So
that's good work, right?
Bo was saying that it costs about $100,000
That's
to
right.
do that implementation, but it is a physical product that has been created. Obviously not for mass production, but it looks like it's going to happen. Right. So, Michael, talk about NVIDIA and how you guys are really contributing to the future of entertainment.
Okay, perfect. So Bo had better content and visuals than I'm going to have. I might move my hands a little bit, but look at what he put up because that's kind of cool. So I think most folks know NVIDIA as like a gaming company, and at the heart of VR kind of lives a gamer, I think, everywhere. And how do you get that type of real content into a VR type environment? So NVIDIA, we're sort of a platform company when it comes to virtual reality. We are hardware, as you know, but we're software as well. So the story kind of changes when we get into virtual reality. We're doing everything we can to build up the ecosystem, whether that's haptic devices, HMD companies, application providers. So we do SDKs that can help with rendering. We have technology that's called multi-res shading and lens match shading. VR requirements are so important, so high at a 90 frame per second rate that technology and compute performance really do matter. As I said, how many people are gamers? Anybody game in the audience? So interesting stat, if you're gaming at like an HD resolution, virtual reality is going to take that up. The necessity from a graphics standpoint is going to be taken up 7 times. So NVIDIA, as a graphics company, we love those statistics, and we're trying to do whatever we can. Again, from a software standpoint, we work with partners to help put the SDKs or software development kits into the engines. I think traditional pipelines in content creation, I think customers and our customers are trying to figure out how do they merge that pipeline into VR? Is it another pipeline, or is it somewhere in between, right? Technicolor can kind of test to that. It's kind of a blend, and I think they're still in the figuring it out days today. But again, from an NVIDIA standpoint, whatever we can do to build the ecosystem from a software, hardware, and support standpoint, that's really what we're doing. Many engines are implementing technology today that we pushed out again to get that 90 frames per second rate up, lower the latency, because I think everybody has done virtual reality or done a few experiences in this room, and there are bad experiences and there are great experiences. And as we want this market to adopt the technology, we need great experiences, right? One and done is not going to grow VR. So we really need to do whatever we can as a technology company to enable the content creators to do as great an experience as possible so the adoption rate really, really increases heavily.
Hey, so this is not necessarily VR entertainment, but can you talk a little bit about what you guys are doing with Tesla and sort of threatening the
So
AR space?
Tesla Motors, if people are familiar with that, Elon Musk, dynamic leader there. We do have a great relationship with them, and this actually is a good tie into virtual reality. And let me get there. I'll eventually get there. I think virtual reality, and the whole artificial intelligence, that line is crossing. And as an example, if you're in a VR experience and you see some avatar or character and you tap them on the shoulder, the fourth time you tap them on the shoulder, push them on the shoulder, in the real world, they're going to react differently than the first time, because that's what a normal human being might do. So how do we know and how do we get content to figure out what a human being is going to figure out? Got to take a lot of data in, kind of do that artificial intelligence work, which leads into deep learning. Okay, so artificial intelligence, large bucket, you then break it down to machine learning, then you break it down to deep learning. That's really where the parallel nature of a GPU comes in. What we're doing with Tesla is we have technology that, again, is based on a chip, but we create a platform. It's called Drive PX, and recently Drive PX2 with an architecture change. What that does, it's the brains that lives inside the car. So with autonomous driving, you start to have as many camera points around the vehicle as possible, and it's collecting as much data as possible, but it needs to compute that. So it's doing radar, it's doing sonar. There's a lot of algorithms that are running in this technology because it needs to interpolate what's happening. Is it a pedestrian? Is it a red light or a green light? And if you think about that, autonomous driving is sort of the grand challenge of compute. But where you can take that as a subset is, just like the car can maneuver around curvy roads, in an AR environment, I can start to do the same type of thing with that technology. I know that I'm going to be turning here, and I know that there's an object in front of me. So that Drive PX and technology that we're working with Tesla on, and they're helping us with, it's only going to, again, push what the reality is and what the necessity is, I should say, of technology, and step that down to AR. And I don't mean step down from a compute standpoint, but a subset, right? Because autonomous driving is really, really difficult. But AR can use some of the things we're doing with Tesla in a personalization standpoint when somebody just has some type of headset or device in their hands.
Cool, that's fascinating. So, Timothy, talk about what's going on in Technicolor.
Sure.
Technicolor Experience Center. How are you guys pushing?
Yeah,
that?
sure. Yeah. So I think the audience is probably familiar with Technicolor. We've been around for about 100 years. We actually invented color. You can go back and look, but it's black and white before we were there. So that was about 105 years ago. And there's kind of a stark similarity between that epoch and what's happening today. I mean, we saw the beginnings of a very transformative medium in color. Technicolor worked with the creative community here in Los Angeles to build the 3-strip color process, which became basically the rudimentary canon of film and film development and filmmaking and film artistry and imagery. And that became one of the hallmarks of television and that medium. But we can look back to radio and TV and film, and there are basically the same threads that we see today in VR. So we have a stark new creative canvas for high-end creative images. We have an absolute a ton of technology coming through from all kinds of different providers. There is an incredible, I guess one thing that is new and different is the startup community in the space is incredibly vibrant, and we are heavily engaged in that discussion and kind of talking to the VR startup community both here in LA and in Silicon Valley and also in Asia. A tremendous amount of not just capital, but also very high-end creative content makers, technologists getting together to understand this new medium, which is fantastic. And then there's companies like NVIDIA and Huawei and others who are investing significant amounts of their capital and corporate development money in providing tools, hardware, Nokia as well, of course, and techniques and know-how into the space. So we kind of sit a little bit here in the middle of that area, and we've made some fairly significant bets of our own in VR because we saw this coming about 3 or 4 years ago. We have a large R&I, Research and Innovation Center in France, where we saw a lot of the kind of the underpinnings of what is today, you know, kind of almost a stitching algorithm or a rendering engine or whatever else that you kind of see is almost commonplace now, or will be. We saw the first inklings of that a few years ago. So we've made some fairly significant bets in the space, and we're going to make some more. But one of the things that you mentioned is the tech. I'll get to that in a second because I don't want to make this a big advertisement about what we're doing quite yet, although I appreciate it. You know, we have kind of a narrative here on a thesis on VR. So our interest is to make this, as my friend from NVIDIA said, we believe this is going to be about high-end, and it's about the high-quality native content. You know, there'll be a lot of content on YouTube. There'll be a lot of Facebook 360. That's great. That's another part of the market that we probably will play around in, but we're not going to focus on. We think the creative imagery part of this, the LA audience here, is focused on the high-end, native, high-quality content. And within that, there are kind of a few other buckets. We believe this is a social medium. That may sound really weird because you sit there with your goggles on in your head and you are isolated at some level. But if you play around with VR a lot, when this experience becomes real to you as a human being is when you're engaging with someone else or an AI that feels like someone else. And that's when you really get really immersed. And you know, I'm the worst father in the world. I have 4 young kids, and I've let them rock and roll on an HTC Vive for like the last 3 or 4 months in their playroom. And they love this thing. I'm probably going to get chastised by everybody for doing that, but they are totally into Job Simulator. But when they get into a role where they're actually doing some role-playing with an AI, such as Gnomes and Goblins, which is fantastic, by the way, they really get immersed. They really love it. And to them, it's like this kind of friend from another planet coming to visit them. It's kind of amazing to see. So when I see that happening, it's amazing. I think this is a disruptive, highly disruptive technology. It's a great medium for us to be involved in. We're very excited about it. I'll be quiet now, and we can get to the tech later.
Sure. I have some follow-up questions in a second. I want to get to Randall. So Randall could not be more accredited as a traditional filmmaker. But now he's got a 360-degree series called Defrost. It's got Carl Weathers, Bruce Davison, Harry Hamlin, who was at Sundance Film Festival and Cannes Film Festival in 2016. Or it's going, Cannes Film Festival happen yet?
It's happening in January, yeah.
It comes this week.
It was at the last conference.
Last one, yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
This year, yeah.
So tell us about like why you're doing this and how you're telling stories in this medium and how it differs from your previous experiences.
Well, about 3 years ago, my brother, who's a visual effects supervisor, and he always keeps me up to date on all the creative new things in technology, he showed me the Oculus Rift, and I saw the Tuscan Village demo. Anybody see that? Mm-hmm. Where you walk around a Tuscan village in 3D, and you go upstairs and you look off the side, and it really looks like you're there. And I thought, wow, how do you adapt this to narrative and actors? Because it felt so real, I thought, wow, wouldn't it be great if you could actually see actors in front of you and feel like they're there? I had written a script when I was in college about a woman who's frozen and brought back to life, and I thought this is the perfect material for this because the technology is such that when you're wearing the goggles, you can't talk, you can't move, and what better way to do it than make the viewer the character? And so we shot as an experimental 5-minute show with this script, and I got friends to show up. Carl Weathers, like you said, and Bruce Davison and Chris Atkins all helped because they were friends. And we shot this in one take, and with GoPros. And it turned out really well. We took it to Sundance, and then we decided to expand the story. And I wrote 11 more episodes that continue the story of this woman who's coming out of this frozen state and trying to adjust to 2045, and her family who has all grown up and changed. Her daughter now has a kid, and you know her husband is now much, much older and wants to make love to her, and she's not quite ready because he looks like his father to her. So there's all kinds of drama that happens in this show, and we were lucky enough to have Steve Sklar turn us on to the Ozo. And so we used the prototype of the Ozo. It was the first one, right? The first Ozo thing that.
one of the first ones.
One of the first ones, and we shot in stereo the next 12 episodes, and we're now in post on them because you know, it was the first time it had been used, and there's since then they've developed a lot of ways to make it much easier. But we were making mistakes because nobody had shot with it before, and you know, you're not supposed to get the actors too close to the camera, which we did, because they were coming up to the wheelchair and talking to her. And so that, you know, if you're close, you can stitch really nicely in the front, but the background has, you know, stitch lines, and if you stitch the back, then the front, you know. So we're learning. We're kind of like figuring out the rules as we go. And so now we hope to launch these 12 episodes in January. We're not sure where. We're looking for a distribution outlet.
How does the narrative unfold? So, as the viewer, you are the main character,
Right.
And then you need someone to go. Is there different tributaries they can take, or is it?
Well, in this series, the first 12 there aren't, but I'm writing 12 more now that are going to use more interesting technology, like I'm hoping to do the volumetric capture for the next 12 and try to get her out of the wheelchair, walking around. Yeah, it's interesting because when you're wearing this thing, has anyone seen Defrost here? Okay, one person in the back. Okay, when you're wearing it, and the actors come up and start talking to you and having eye contact with you, it feels like they're really there, and a lot of people get emotionally involved. I mean, Bryan Singer came out of it with tears in his eyes, you know, from the emotional experience of being this woman for 5 minutes, and we've had many older people who are used to when someone talks to you, you talk back. So they're in the thing, the people are saying, "How are you feeling?" And they're saying, "I'm feeling fine," because they're thinking that they're really there with these people. So it's really been an extraordinary experience seeing how people react to eye contact.
And one last question, like, after doing this, like, what percentage of this would you like do differently? You know, like. You did it, and you're like, oh, I wish I did. I should have done this. I mean,
well, you know, I think what we did caused a lot of problems for us, but I think I wouldn't do it any differently. We're gonna plow through and make it work, because I think you need to have people close and looking right in your face. So yeah, I would do that. But you know, something Tim said about it being an isolated experience. We did an experiment at the Directors Guild in July where we have this thing called Digital Day, and we try experiments. And we put like 30 people in the headsets, and we sync them all up so that they're all seeing the same picture, the same video at the same time. And they didn't wear earphones. We had the sound come to the speakers of the theater, so they could hear each other. If it was a comedy, they could hear each other laughing, or if it was a horror movie, they could hear each other screaming. So it's a combination of this isolated experience and a theater experience, and I think that might be some way for the future for this not to be so isolated.
so Timothy, can you, like, we talked a little bit like what the high-end creative space looks like. Can you kind of expand on that, where you think this is going?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's early days, and it's also not in some ways, right? So we're seeing we've done at Technicolor about 30 projects so far in VR, which is kind of staggering considering it's really been around for about 18 months as a medium for storytelling. But it builds on some of the other things that we know and love to do. And so when we kind of bring these creative people in and say, hey, you know, here's VR, here's your first experience, it kind of is mind-blowing. And they kind of go away for a couple of days and think about, I've got a script, or I've got a thing that I want to work on, and this is actually the right medium to do it in. And it's usually, when they come back to us, it's kind of an amazing event, because then it's this whole bunch of ideation. So, you know, we've started, last year we were lucky enough to start working with a company called The Mill, which is part of the family now, and that's a great group of creative people, based worldwide. They're English, but fantastic people. Sound like Donald Trump. Forget that. So they are great people, and but really great at kind of understanding and getting underneath things. And so for us, you know, we started working with them on this thing called a project called Help, which I'm not sure if you guys, it's a Google ATAP project. I'm not sure if anyone's seen it in the audience. Great. Same guy. Okay.
Who's that guy?
He's skewing the, okay, anyway. So that's a project where Google came to us and said, we want to do something in VR. It's really actually more of an iPad, kind of tablet, Android, et cetera, tablet-based experience. It's a very short clip. The challenges in building that and bringing all the things together as part of that were mind-blowing. Because we started doing these render shots of, in live capture, and we had to throw all that work away because we weren't happy with how it looked when it was being stitched. And then when you kind of go from one screen to 6, it's not 4 and it's not 360, it's also the floor, it's the ceiling, it's every element of that, and it's round. And making that look great, and then understanding the storytelling problem, which is you're being chased by a monster, but some people look at the monster as they're running away backwards from it. Like, is it near me? Is it coming at me? And so there's a lot of resolution required there, and that's all in CG. Some people freak out and run straight at the door or the wall or wherever else. That has to be stitched the same way and has to be rendered in the same resolution. There's no storytelling, hey, look over here, scary thing, or loud noise, or bright light. Yeah, that's all there. There's police cars, there's choppers. This thing grows from a small egg to like a huge T-Rex type lizard as it's eating subway cars. It's really cool. You need to see it. But the point is, we had to not only invent a bunch of tech underneath that, including, a camera rig that could capture 4-way, and then make that a 6-cubed kind of object. I'm not very technical, I'm sorry, but I'm sure I'm blowing this.
I get it.
But there, and then stitching and holding that all together in, some significant amount of terabytes. I have low numbers here, but they're mind-blowing. And rendering farms, all kinds of stuff that we had to set up. It's a lot of work. And so we did all that, and that's kind of why we're looking at this. I'll get to the tech in a second, but when we look at quality, we're saying, hey, there's actually a lot of work that goes underneath that you have to then hide. Because quality has to be about not just the willing suspension of disbelief, but the unconscious suspension. That I'm not even aware I'm kind of fooling myself here. I'm just into this. It feels real.
Sounds
And
like
that's-
marriage to me.
That when you get there, it's really cool. Yeah. So.
Can I ask him a question on the panel? Can the panel ask questions?
Yes, feel free.
So in terms of like high-end also, I kind of think, what I think of high-end is we're kind of getting away from the mobile phone, cardboard kind of thing, and we're getting into premium content experiences,
Yeah.
location-based entertainment, theme park type environments where, when you're paying a premium, that content needs to be the best it can, right? So what do you think about, cell phone versus when someone's going to pay for an experience, where might that be and how might that get out in the market?
Yeah, I think a lot of our clients are not studios. I mean, obviously we love our studio clients and we do a lot of work with them. But a lot of our clients are actually brands and advertisers. And they're companies who say, look, we actually want to get this out there in a meaningfully different way. And the way to differentiate the product is to differentiate the medium, so we're going to go on a VR pitch or we're going to do an AR pitch. And we've done lots of that work as well. And those are, typically those are in some form of LBE. They're usually kind of in a store, a mall, and they can often be on a cardboard device, or they can be in a small enclosure like with a Vive. And there's a lot of really cool stuff happening in games and theme parks. Into the Void, the Void's doing a ton of stuff. And there's lots of really cool hybrid environments in gaming that are coming up that I think are going to be spectacular. I don't think it's just going to be this, watch a movie doing this and being excited. I think it's going to be watch a new form of entertainment that's much more interactive, be just completely compelled by it. I think the 2-hour movie viewing experience is probably not great, but I think a lot of the things we're going to be seeing for creatives are going to be amazing, and they're going to be a new medium. So we're very animated on this one.
To sort of follow on with that, Randall, where are you distributing your content? I think everybody's struggling with, reaching a larger audience versus having a higher quality experience, right?
Well, we're looking into downloadable, sort of like Netflix, where you have all the episodes up there and you can click on them and look at them one at a time, or binge watch, although they're only 5 minutes each. And we don't know where we're going to distribute yet. We're in negotiations with China at the moment with a company that wants to buy the rights for China for cell phones. And then we're going to look into all the possibilities for monetization in the rest of the world. But right now, we're just trying to finish it. And then if they build it, if you build it, they will come, is our philosophy. So we don't know who's going to do it.
But I'd love anyone to both follow on and what they think the next experience is, and just like what 2017 looks like for VR, 2018, and also Bo, some of the stuff you've talked about as far as what needs to happen for those experiences to unfold.
Well, I just wanted to say, I think the high-end experience is really within our reach today. That's what's really exciting a lot of technology people, is that a lot of us got into technology because we wanted to make better video games. And today with these goggles with the stereoscopic view, you really can get there. Now, it's also true that a low-res experience can be very compelling, right? My kids are immersed in Minecraft as the best example. And even a good book, the resolution of that doesn't really matter. But because, like I say, it's within reach to hit these upper limits, I'm just going to throw up some numbers. This is the theoretical upper bound of what the human visual system can consume in the digital equivalent of it. And I won't go through all the numbers, but I'll point out a couple. So if you just think about the head staying still and being able, though, to move your eyes, gaze around about 150-degree horizontal and 90-degree vertical field of view, the resolution that your fovea can ingest is equivalent to about, between 400 and 500 megapixels. That's per eye, per frame. And now there's debates about what's the max frame rate that the human visual system can consume, but I'm going to pick 120 as pretty high end. Right now, gamers expect 90, and so 120 is just, a step up beyond that. Some people argue, though, it should go even higher. But anyway, if you think 120 frames per second per eye, that's 3.7 terabits per second for both eyes. That's the max limit. That's not what's necessary for a compelling experience, but this is what we can imagine the technology needing to meet in 5 years, not next year.
Now, would you say?
Well, so today we can get a really compelling VR experience, 360 video using cube representation. You could squeeze it down to like 20 megabits per second. But to have high end, you want like 100 megabits per second. And let me say, most homes have a connection of about 10 megabits per second. And the US government, I've forgotten which agency, but one of the agencies does this projection of what the infrastructure is going to need to be in 5 years. Their projection of infrastructure need is only 20 megabits per second to the home. And that's not going to be adequate for streaming VR content, because we need 100 megabits per second for the high end. Yeah. And that's for today's resolution at 4K per eye. If we look at future resolution requirements, if we really want to get complete digital immersion, we're going to need things that approach these numbers. And I'll just point you here that if we can, this is the raw data rate, but you can compress it at really high compression ratio of 300 to 1, get it down to 12 gigabits per second, and sometimes lower than that too.
So compression is really the key to the future of this business?
Yeah, but we have good compression technologies, and it's going to iterate. Really, the compression isn't as important as the data representations. Like, is it cubic? Is it spherical? Is it volumetric? All of those things matter more than the actual compression.
Yeah, I mean, to give you an idea on some of the stuff we didn't help, which is, I think, kind of a nice representation. It's about 4 minutes long. So it's 200 terabytes of total compressed storage. There are 15 million rendered frames that we went through to make it, which is astounding. There was 500,000 hours of usage of our farm, which is kind of the back lot where we do all the digital production. We ran 20,000 hours of simulation on our models to do all this work. And the final thing is, it's 10,000 frames. It's a single piece because there's no edit, there's no cut. It just runs. But because it's cubic, it's actually 60,000 frames. So you get this when you start to think about, okay, taking the single screen and blowing it out, that is, exponentially more difficult. So the overall effort was 80 people for 13 months to complete across the planet. Wow. Yeah. So it's a lot of work, obviously, to do that. Yeah, it's 4 minutes.
Well, so the experience has to be dramatically different enough for people to pay for all this extra production.
Yeah, and I'd say, look, we learn a lot, right? That was the first of its kind in the industry. So when we did that, it was like, okay, let's make this as good as we possibly can. I wouldn't say money was not the object, but frankly, we learned this as kind of a big experience in learning and learning by doing. There's not like you can go to school. You can't go to VR school, right? So you have to actually do it and learn it. And so that was a really big part of it. It was actually getting our people involved in it early so they could actually become experts.
Speaking of VR schools, there's a guy named Servat Yurli who's from CryEngine, and he's funding 40 VR schools around the world in film schools.
Yeah.
And what I found is that, there's the students who are learning this are just as much experts as the people in our field, because nobody's done this before. So it's an even playing field for students and professionals.
Yeah, exactly.
I also think, the digital Hollywood, we're media entertainment folks in this industry, and it's interesting how a lot of the work that this group is doing when it comes to VR is outside this industry, right? Automobile manufacturers can build great cars, but they don't really know how to tell a story. And when you're immersed in a sales scenario for VR for a car, I think the Hollywood studios are the ones that can help produce content for those companies. So it's interesting how this market can expand potentially out of this market. And I do think that's the first step to revenue here, possibly outside of M&E. It's into other markets such as manufacturing where VR is starting to take off, but they don't really know how to tell the story. Agree, maybe?
Totally.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on the storytelling actually, because I wanted to share some thoughts how this industry evolved the last 2 years even. I remember when I studied 2 years ago in the VR industry, I was told, do not move the camera, everything has to be all in one take. And we have done a lot of experiments with the creative industry, with Randall and others, and bigger Hollywood studios as well, about how to change that and experiment with, for example, the point of view storytelling, what Randall done in Defrost, but we also use that in Argos, our other piece. Basically, you become somebody else. The Argos piece is reliving somebody else's memory who got murdered in a crime, and you become that person. You slide down, you get violence against you, you get love against you, so you become that person, and that's very unique with VR. But I also wanted to mention about the storytelling, the guidance, how important it is to guide the audience, the viewer, in that 360 space. So the viewer can look anywhere. They can look behind or, all around them. But it is very important for the director and the writer to think about the guidance. So you make sure they look at the right place at the right time, so you can actually deliver a story. So we used, for example, jibs and cable cams for a music video where we transported the viewer from a boys' room to a girls' room across an alley. So we stopped over the street where there were other people doing other things. So they could still have a freedom to look around in 360, but they're sort of guided to different spaces by the different camera rigging technology.
Right. I think also, and I've heard this in a few sessions yesterday as well, audio. Everybody VR, like, what's the graphics need? What do I do? And how many pixels can I throw at the screen? Audio is the cue to tell the story.
Absolutely.
Right? Because from a directorial standpoint, if you want somebody to look over the shoulder because that's where the content, you got to draw them there. And, I think sometimes when we start doing VR production, maybe we don't think about audio like on day one, but we should, because that's sort of, it can't get completed unless the audio is part of that experience.
Yeah, and we focus a lot on audio at Nokia as well. So spatial audio, we try to make sure every piece we create have a spatial sound mix. And yeah, it's very important, I agree. That's another tool to guide the user.
Yeah, directing VR 360 narrative content is very much like directing a play where the audience can look anywhere they want. So you use light and sound and direction, like if everyone looks that way, you want to see what are they looking at, you know? Stuff that you'd use as a play director.
Yeah. One of the things we're going to, I just want to mention this, the tech thing since you kicked it off. I mean, we really believe this is the time for the industry to come together. And we believe very strongly in content creation, consumption, distribution, aligning here around VR. One of the things we're going to do to help that is we're opening up a center in Culver City to try to get the best creative people, the best technologists, the best distribution technology into that center. It's essentially, I'm not sure exactly how we're going to structure it. It's going to be a non-profit that we set up. It's not aimed at making money. Obviously, it is aimed to float the VR boat for all of us.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Siri didn't get that. Could you repeat what you said?
Repeat
And I
for
said
Siri.
non-profit, I think so. Yeah. So, but that's the idea. I mean, the idea is really for us to try to work through and get best practices established, but really to build a place for high-end creative and high-end technology in VR to be assembled and to be developed. And that's one of the things that we announced recently. We'll have some further follow-up announcements when we're ready, but very soon in Culver City.
Awesome.
So, Pokemon Go, really great example of location-based technology, kind of introduced people, sort of making AR a household word. Everyone's paying attention to it. My kids are obsessed with it. I'm sure if you have children, they are. If you have adults, they're probably obsessed with it too. But people, in the AR space are saying that it's really not what AR is about. Like, what do you got? Anybody want to take this question? Like, where you think the killer apps are for AR, maybe in entertainment?
I love to talk, so I'll start first, I suppose.
Okay.
So I think in AR, first I'll do a little NVIDIA story. So GPU, right, whether it's a high-end graphics thing that does visual effects or high-end VR, take that down to a system on a chip or a SoC. We also have products like that. So we work with like Athere Labs, GameFace Labs, and other folks in that industry. I think that AR might be a little bit more relevant in like maintenance and somebody in the field trying to do a repair of an engine. I think that's happening today. I think medical could be another area. I definitely think that the enterprise will be a larger AR space, and then you'll have the anomaly like Pokemon Go that brings it back into the consumer world. And I think that'll kind of ebb and flow. But I think the enterprise, like I said, manufacturing, you could be on a shoot and you could be doing AR with a tablet of the characters that aren't there yet, but you want them to be there. So you're kind of seeing what the film might look like. So I think there's areas in entertainment and many industries, but I think it'll be enterprise. And NVIDIA does feel that AR will be growing and will eventually be bigger than what the VR market is.
Let me pick up from there too, because I've wrestled with this too. I'm a Pokemon Go fan, I love it, but it's not what I thought AR was going to be, which was more about aligning digital information onto physical objects in the real world. So I think the enterprise applications are clearly valuable to those people because they need their hands to be free and they need digital information to help them complete whatever task, whether it's medical or some technical installation or a repair. So that's a clear value proposition there. Now in the consumer space, I've wrestled. So there's mixed reality games. That's pretty compelling. Is it compelling enough to spend $300 to $500 on a headset and wear it? Not sure, but there's another category in consumer, which is really similar to the enterprise, which is things like how-to videos. Now, I'm a big do-it-yourselfer, not everybody is, but a lot of people are, and YouTube is just chock full of all these how-to videos, and I just love it, right? Well, if you think about putting those into augmented reality, giving people a capture system that lets them align digital information with their how-to instructions, that's really powerful. And then you've got an opportunity for user-generated content like YouTube, and that's when the media is going to explode, when the users are uploading tons of small little pieces of content that people can use. And I just want to give one example. I was at Stanford. They had a class on making apps for augmented reality. They had a bunch of HoloLenses that Microsoft donated to them. And the best one I saw was really cool, was a piano tutorial. And it was great because you know, you had the HoloLens on, and you could see the keys, the physical keys, a real piano, not a digital one, and it was showing little scrolling bars to show you which key to press, and it was timed, you know, kind of like Guitar Player, you know, but on a piano, and it was really powerful. I could easily imagine using that to learn how to play a physical piano.
That's amazing.
Yeah, like
Yeah, it
Nokia. Sometimes, if you've ever gotten anything from Nokia and you have slot A, slot B,
Yeah,
that would be perfect.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Not Nokia, I meant, what? IKEA, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
That would be
IKEA.
great.
Same
An
country.
AR app to put together your IKEA furniture.
Yeah.
Eric, I'd like to try surgery as well.
Brain surgery, yes.
But anybody, any questions from the audience? Anybody? Yes.
With the ozone, so what you were saying about audio, about like people moving their heads and it having to follow like the space, how is the ozone like being able to, I don't know if I'm explaining this right, but if I move my head.
Yeah, I understand what you're
right now
asking.
it's
Yes.
It's very rudimentary, like it's only
Yeah.
these 4 points.
So you will hear, if you turn your head and the sound is coming from a certain direction, you will hear that sound from the same direction. So when you turn your head, you will still hear the sound where it's coming from.
And they're doing that a little bit, but I noticed that there's only really 4 points. There's front, back, side to side. Is the Ozo able to kind of get at 45-degree angles, or is that still? And
So
like, how
also
do you-
captures eight sources of audio. So it really depends on the post mix, the spatial audio mix, how you use those 8 channels, and you can render an ambisonic or any other format that you heard maybe on one of the demos.
And is there a way to implement that with like all the different kinds of goggles and stuff like that that you can wear?
Well, it really depends on the platform, what the platform is capable of playing back. Some platforms today still have limitations of stereo or mono audio only, so very few of them support the spatial audio. So it's really not on the app or the goggles. It's more on the app and the platform, how it's capable of playing it back.
Samsung VR has that spatial audio. They work, it really works well.
Right, I mean, we have tools that sort of mimic what we do in light fields and path tracing, how light bounces off glass and cars and things like that. So we're taking that also to audio, because the way that I sound in this room with these walls would be different than the way I sound outside in the open area. So the technology, you know, again, what we do, tool set, has to go into some type of engine of sorts to be put together with Ozo and technologies like that. So some way, somehow, people actually need to put it together before the final experience gets put out.
Right there?
Two questions. First of all, I want to make sure I understood that a passive view of live action is at a higher quality because you're not moving up, you're just sitting there with the headset on, and so you should be able to eventually have a much better quality of that experience and it's an active view of the movie. Did I get that correct?
He said, so I think the question is the post view of live action being rendered in such high definition in VR locations will be a much richer experience.
Oh, are you,
No, your screen showed, if you say, if you're not moving,
you talking about this volumetric video kind of stuff?
It was the slide when you...
Okay,
Sorry.
wonderful.
Yeah, I'll go back to that. Yeah, this one.
Oh,
you seem to be saying that if it's not, if it's a passive, if it's not
Oh.
active participation in it, that you're able to absorb more information and at a higher quality.
You know, all I'm trying to show, I was just trying to do a calculation to find out what my lab's maximum compression requirements will ever be, you know, so I'm taking I'm just making a simplification of imagining somebody not moving their head as a first step, and that's where I come up with this. But then if you add head and body rotation, then the horizontal field of view becomes 360, and the vertical field of view, I'm imagining, is 180, just up to down, right? So that's when you hit this number. This is compressed. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you know what? I forget this mode of PowerPoint always throws me off. Where's that pointer thingy?
But I think what you're saying is, I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? Because you're going to have to
There we go.
stitch and render that anyway.
Here.
You're going to have to show all that, the cube, regardless.
Yeah,
If you're showing a live,
that's right.
a concert,
Yeah,
okay, where somebody is in its set position watching,
right.
that's a better, higher quality technical experience
Well,
than if you're moving around and
It'll be
Okay.
less work.
right,
If
it
you're
will
fixed.
be higher quality probably because one of the ways we're going to compress the cube is the parts you're not looking at, we're going to send in low resolution, really low resolution. So what you're looking at will be high resolution. If you turn your head though, it'll be low resolution for an instant and then it'll snap to a higher resolution, right? So it's adaptive resolution.
the second question was, everybody's real excited about VR for live action sports.
Right.
Thus far, as best as I can tell, it's been a huge disappointment. And I don't attribute that to the shortcomings of VR, I attribute it to what Ms. Anderson said about people in sports not understanding how to use VR properly and being afraid of actually having motion on the camera and doing cuts and things of that nature. What is your take on what should be one of the largest immersive experiences in the world for sports around the globe, and other than very contained like cage fighting, boxing, and wrestling, it's very hard for people to grasp how to do production.
Let me say one thing about it. I was talking to somebody at Fox about that question, and his point was, he said, look, the producers are telling a story. Sports is also about telling a story, but they're telling it's kind of, I equate it to like a soap opera. You know, you got to know the backstory of the players, all their stats, or the rivalry between the teams and all that. And the producers are exploiting those story elements when they select what view to present you, okay? So most consumers, they believe, and I don't really know, but most consumers really want that. They want to be told a story. Now the thing is, even if that's true, I think there are multiple stories to be told. So right now we've got one network who's producing one storyline, but in the future, if you expose these camera feeds, then you could have multiple people telling different stories. You know, maybe that's only 2% of the viewership wants to tell a story, but even at that level, and I use 2% because that's about the percentage of the population that uploads to YouTube or posts on Facebook, you know. So even at 2%, that's a whole bunch of new storylines that can be told and broadcast.
And it's different camera positioning than traditional television. And, you know, you don't want to just be going, you know, you don't want to be at the 50-yard line watching a football game. You kind of want to be all over it. You want to be on the field, right? So I think the challenge still might be position, camera technology, and how do you get immersed in a traditional environment like football, so to speak.
So
But-
I like to say that also is like a human, you know, it doesn't zoom. So that's one of the big differences between the broadcast cameras and VR cameras, not just also.
You said if you use cable cam, if you use gyms, there's absolutely no reason.
Right, you move it closer. That's what I'm saying, it's like a human. If I want to see what's going on over there out in the corridor, I'm going closer to see it like a human. So you have to bring it closer on a jib or a techno crane or, you know, or a cable cam or whatever, and you have to use multiple cameras like you do in traditional broadcast around the field as well.
If I can have one last comment. One last, I would think it would be much better if they incorporated what I would call a flying carpet mentality for a sportsman, which is as if they had a flying carpet and could go anywhere in the stadium at any one time to watch an event. That's where you want to be in VR. And I think it can be done.
Absolutely. You just have to have enough cameras to put it
Or a
everywhere.
drone.
Or a drone, or,
Yeah. So with that, we are out of time. We'd like to thank the audience for participating, and thank you guys.
Good morning. Nice. Thank you very much. Welcome to the virtual and augmented reality panel, the technology that will change everything, not something, everything. You're in for a real treat today. We have an extremely distinguished panel who are developing technology, tools, and creative expertise covering a really wide spectrum of what makes VR and AR so transformative. Everything from immersive storytelling, 360 filming, spherical CG, visual effects, dimensionalized audio, real-time rendering, interactivity, motion tracking, and much more. So we'll try to hit on some technology as we move through, and really try to get to the bottom of why we think VR and AR is such a change agent. Can I just start by asking, how many people here have experience in VR or AR? Okay, good. Who would say they have a lot of experience in VR and AR? Okay, great. So I think we have a very educated audience panel, so feel free to geek out all you want. I'm Robert Nashak. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Survios. We are one of the leading game developers in VR. In fact, in July, we launched on Steam Early Access a game called Raw Data. And if you've not had a chance to play it, I suggest you do. It's really fun. Yeah, you've played it? It's good, right? So Raw Data, it's been very successful. It's early access. What we did was we launched it on Steam. It immediately went to #1 on the VR charts, and it was the first VR title to hit the overall Steam charts as #1 worldwide. So it's on the HTC Vive, so imagine you're standing up and players are, their bodies are being tracked, their heads being tracked, their arms are being tracked. And I just wanted to bring up what I think, one clear example of what's changed for game developers like myself who've been in the business for a long time. So in VR, very different from other kinds of video games, you're not playing a character in a world, you are a character in the world. Concretely, with Raw Data, when you are, pistol whipping, or if you're playing a character like Gaija and you're using a sword, you are using a sword. You are pistol whipping. It's a sense of mastery that gets rid of the abstraction of the controller. So if you think of why, newbies hate Madden and Call of Duty, because it's so complicated to play, all that goes away in our kind of vision of VR, where natural movement is the way it goes. And so that to me is a real key difference, and it really does change things. In Raw Data, you're not mastering controller combos. You're mastering real actions in a real world. And when you're liberated like this, right? For example, when you find the Easter egg in Raw Data that lets you climb up a huge crane that's hanging over a city, and I'm totally afraid of heights. It's an amazing emotional experience. You start breathing heavily. Emotions start to fly. Endorphins fire. All of your systems, including your reptilian brain, are just going off at a mile a minute. So they're all engaged, and I think that's a huge difference, and something that and the people that we see playing in VR are really influenced by. So if you ask our designers at Survios what's the biggest change that VR technology has brought to games, what's most exciting to them is that they're not just making games, they're making reality. And before we go to the panel, one quick concrete example. We just hired an amazing, very senior programmer who was working at Blizzard for the last 10 years, working on games like World of Warcraft and StarCraft, which are basically PC games with a mouse and a keyboard. And I asked him, what's the biggest difference coming to Survios and doing VR? And he said, the user experiences we had to account for really were all about mastering the keyboard and the mouse. Now, every motion possible is in play. And for him, this is a mind-boggling experience and really changing the way he thinks about game development and the way games will move forward in the future. But today we've got a panel that should do much more of the talking than myself. So what I'm going to ask them to do is go down the line, please, and just introduce yourself relatively quickly, and then we'll swoop back and give you some time, like 5 minutes or whatever, to deep dive a little bit into what you're up to and why you think it's so exciting and why you think it's potentially a change agent. So can we start with you?
Hey everyone, I'm Joe Chen. I am the executive technical producer at Here Be Dragons, formerly known as VerseWorks. Prior to that, I was the product lead at Oculus before I decided to make the transition into content and focus on trying to bring new technologies and work with creatives and artists here in Hollywood and other places. You can see a lot of our work on the Within app and maybe other places.
My name is Andy Cochran. I'm a digital and interactive director, and what that means is I'm going to be called an experience designer in a few years when that's the title applied to what I do. It basically means taking technology and creating immersive and interactive experiences for audiences across mediums such as apps, VR, AR, installations, live events, basically anywhere that we can kind of make an experience for an audience using the latest in technology.
Hi, everybody. I am the co-founder and CEO of Prologue Immersive, and we focus on creating original IP for VR, educational pieces, interactive gaming, and data visualization.
Hi, I'm the SVP Content Strategy and Co-Pros for Machinima. Machinima, for those who do not know, is one of the largest social video companies in the world. So the last 12 years, we produced around 400 series for digital, but also television, both. We're quite active in the esports area, but also obviously VR, first inroads. It's heavily hyped, so I'd love to hear more what that means and to get a reality check. I'm super excited about it. Yes, it will change the world, but I think small steps. And also, I think we need to discuss what shouldn't we do in VR, what is better off in HD, Ultra HD, where you don't necessarily need a 360 space, but very excited to be here.
That's great. Thank you, panelists. So let's start with you, Joe. I mean, if you don't mind, I mean, you were basically employee number 10 at Oculus, is that correct?
Yeah, once upon a time.
Maybe a little bit of history of your career moving into what you're doing now with Here Be Dragons would be helpful, and then just talk about whatever you'd like.
I want to start losing that number. It seems kind of embarrassing in hindsight now.
Sorry.
But no, it's all right. Because it was a scrappy group back then.
Yeah,
It was a very tight group, similar to how we find ourselves kind of early on in pre-production before we scale up for actual full production. The life cycles, I find right now, are even faster than we expected even back then. We were always trying to push out a new prototype, and if those of you that got to see Oculus Connect a couple weeks ago, it's kind of returned to that form, that past glory of like, hey, here's a future prototype. It's not going to be a product for years, but this is a little slice of what's going to be possible with technology that are still very, very experimental at this point. And that's what was exciting for us back then. And I look at content now, and that's kind of, there's a similar excitement because of the unknown, not just the unknown about the tools, but the creative, or even the reception. I mean, we can feel great about one of our works, and then it just falls flat. It doesn't ring. Like, we put it in front of people, or then they put it on and they try it and they're like, it doesn't feel right. And that's really that litmus test, and that's ultimately why we have been so prolific, is because you have to, like, you can sit here with a bunch of smart people in a room and sit there and write and have this beautiful writer's room, have amazing developers, amazing cinematographers, put it all together, editors, and then nobody will care about it because, and you won't know that until you actually ship it, learn painfully from that, ship another one, your fourth piece will probably be terrible, but then you'll finally start getting the hang of it, and then by that time you're bored and you want to try something new. And that's ultimately the challenge that we put forth to our, I call them directors, we call them creators, world builders, whatever they are now in these new mediums, is that, hey, give this a try. Here's something you're somewhat familiar with. Let's figure out how the writing works, how the cinematography works. But ultimately, right now, what we're seeing is technologies emerging, whether that's volumetric video or light field or some sort of mix between that allows us to get the photorealism in real-time game engine where you guys live and bridge that gap, because a lot of the times we do get that aversion to game engine, not just because, hey, it's a video game, I have no idea what I'm doing in this, from a lot of established directors, but also in that it lacks the photorealism that they want, that immediacy of like, I recognize that person, I want to know that person, or I don't like that person. And just the caricature, or the characterization of a non-realistic person is one of the challenges that have kind of kept us out of real time, but we're starting to see that round the corner, unless you want to be abstracted in your art style. So that's really what I'm excited about, again, and kind of reflecting back upon my history at Oculus, where game engine was VR. I mean, 360 video is kind of this test bed, and it's not going anywhere. I don't want anyone to think that, like, oh, we're not shooting 360 video ever again. That is going to become a medium in its own right, and I love where it's going right now because, I'm sorry, I'm rambling now, but the gimmick is gone, and to rise to the top, like just to get any eyeballs at all, your content has to be really, really strong. Whereas now, real time is starting up that curve as well, where the gimmicky games are no longer, that are sifting to the bottom of Steam, where yours is to the top, and that's really where the competition ultimately advances not just their own content, but the medium in general. So.
That's great. Which of your projects are you most proud of to date?
Oh, it's funny, like you look back and like, we've been around for 2 years, we probably put out about, I think we're over 70 pieces now, so like it's hard to look back and like say, holy, how did we do 2 or 3 pieces a month? But we ended up doing that, and looking back 2 years ago, I still think Clouds Over Sidra, as crude and primitive as it was the first live action thing we ever shot and produced. I look back at some of those shots and they were shot blind. We didn't have preview back then. We didn't have headsets to block and we just, like amazing cinematographer and director, just shot it blind. And we did all the work in the edit, and it still resonates with me the most, maybe because it was the first thing I saw though, that I really liked. Mm-hmm. And so that was actually one of the first pieces that made me think, hey, you know what, 360 video has a place in VR, because again, I was a purist coming from Oculus, and I'm like, yeah, no, 360 video is a bastardization of this tech that we've been slaving away for years. But then I saw something that literally made me cry in a press room, and I'm sitting here holding this headset to my face during the credit roll because I got to gather myself before somebody takes a photo of me with like tears rolling down my face. And that impacted me, and so that has stuck with me. We've tried to kind of capture that lightning in a bottle over and over again. Sometimes we miss, sometimes we hit, and I don't know. But yeah, I think that's my favorite still.
That's great, and thanks for being here today. Andy, a bit about what you're working on and sort of what gets you excited in VR, if you don't mind.
Sure. So we've done a really wide range of projects over the past 2 years in terms of production, but actually we started our R&D kind of in secret when the DK1 came out. So it's coming up on what, 4 years now, 3.5 since the DK1 shipped,
something like that.
Something like that. We took a slightly different approach to a lot of folks, which was we had a mandate, which was essentially we're already creating content sort of at the top of the game in terms of commercials, music videos, feature films. We just finished Pacific Rim. We did the first 2 minutes of that film. And so when VR when we were first trying out the Oculus and going, oh, I think we can actually do this. Like we can do live action in this. We can do CG in this. We can do the things we do in this. There's always been a mandate from the top, which is, we're not going to put something out that's low quality just because it's new. So we'll do this if we can do this at the same level of quality. And so we basically had to spend 2 years before we could go out to clients and say, hey, we can do this. So, in terms of the experiences we've done, there's a really wide variety. We did a virtual tour for Google. That was the first time anybody had done stereospherical live action, seamlessly composited with stereospherical environments. Some people had put kind of CG characters into spherical or stereospherical video, but nobody had done a full VFX pipeline actually replace an environment and make a seamless piece. That was also interactive. You could kind of choose where you wanted to go within this space. To this day, there's still only a small handful of 360 video-based projects that have included interactivity, and that was the first thing that we did. That was sort of the end of our 2-year R&D process. So insanely proud of that one, just from the standpoint of we kind of came out of the gate swinging, but not because we were kind of figuring it out as we had gone, but because we had done the homework, and it was sort of the proof that we had done the homework. And then after that, we did a piece for The Strain, which was really phenomenal. I'm still insanely proud of that one, just from the standpoint of being very first person. It was one of the first pieces that had camera movement. Our own work included had not moved the camera very much because it's very expensive once you start moving the camera if you want to clean stuff up. And then from there, we've done pieces we did the logo for Jump. So every Jump video on YouTube 360 is our logo. Most recently finished a piece with Within and Here Be Dragons for Mr. Robot, did a bunch of the posts on that. And we've done a variety of stuff. We've done all live action, we've done all CG, pre-rendered, we've done all real time, and we've done mixes of the three. We definitely believe in the future of light fields and real-time rendering, and we believe very firmly in it. But coming from a sort of more traditional film, TV background, we're always going to be stronger with real actors, real sets, real costumes, VFX, CG. There's companies like Ubisoft that have phenomenal render engines that they have spent decades refining. They're going to do amazing work in real time. And so our focus has really been to stick with our strengths, which is sort of more film, TV, commercial, music video sorts of production processes, and less things that look exactly like a video game. That said, we use game engines, and we are not opposed to real-time rendering, but we're trying to kind of come at this space from our place of strength instead of trying to fight giants with decades of experience, with us being, at the starting point.
Thanks, Andy. Kimberly, could you give a deep dive into what you're up to?
Yes. So at Prologue Immersive, we started out, our first piece was an educational piece. It's called Science 360. It takes you through Einstein's theory of relativity, which is kind of a complicated subject to explain to someone or for someone to read about. So we wanted to create this experience where people can put the headset on and actually go through Einstein's theory of relativity. And this was done in about 3 weeks. We did it for the Oculus Jam, and we got, the top 20 experiences. And a lot of people wrote in about that experience saying, wow, I actually really learned something, and I really wish we had this in college, or I wish I had this in high school. And, after I saw the experience myself, I realized, wow, VR is such a powerful tool that you can actually have an experience, learn something, and come away with it because you're actually absorbing the information a lot quicker than if someone's trying to explain it to you and then you're trying to visualize what they're saying. So that piece was done in a game engine with all just illustrations. We didn't use any type of 3D because of the schedule we had, and it was just a 3-man team. And after that, we jumped into something that we've never done before, which is a stop-motion animated 360 3D printed film, and it's called Memos from Hell. And all these characters, my partner Kyle Cooper designed, they're about a foot tall, and they were all 3D printed and hand painted, and so we wrote this script about this story, and it was referenced from C.S. Lewis's book, The Screwtape Letters, which is about these demons, and their goal is to obviously, get our souls. So it's this senior demon talking to a junior tempter on, his, how he's going to capture a soul, which he calls the humans a patient. And so it's this experience in hell, and it's in a boardroom, and the camera is in the middle of the table. And because the characters were only about 12 inches tall, we had to find a camera small enough to shoot these characters. And so we used the Ricoh Theta camera, which is only about this big. It's really small. And we shot this frame by frame and animated each character. What we learned from that is, usually when you have a set, you build half the set and the crew's on one side and the set's on the other. And we realized that that didn't work because obviously the set's going to be in the shot. So we had to build an actual 360 set that was completely enclosed. And then we realized, okay, how are we going to get in the set to manipulate these characters? So we had to build a kind of like a trap door underneath and go in from underneath and then animate the characters. And so that was challenging. And then we also realized, okay, we can't really use typical lights that you use to light a set. And so we actually had to build lights that are in the set and in the shot to light the set. So there were many things we learned. We tried also filming the characters against a green screen and then shooting the set separately and putting it together to add dimension. And that didn't work. So we had to redo everything and shoot the set and the characters all together. So that was just something like, I think VR is something you just dive into. You have no idea about how it works or what it is. And it's kind of like a relationship. It's like you fall in love with someone, but you don't know all the issues they have, and suddenly you realize, oh, you can't just bring in that 3D model from the film, or oh, you can't just animate typography and bring it in from After Effects, or all these issues you realize, but you're in love with this thing. But you just keep fighting and figuring it out. And so we're also working on some data visualization projects, trying to build what we've done in Iron Man to life in VR, so I'm really excited about that. And also, finally, after 3 years, we're starting to get real projects from some of our clients. Excuse me. We recently just helped TNT show Major Crimes, help them with their VR series by helping them put together their footage from the Kodak camera, the 360 Kodak camera, to the Ozo camera, and stitching it, color correcting it, compositing it, adding effects and the spatial audio. So we completely know how to do all the post for 360 filmmaking. So that was exciting. And then also just diving into, how do you build a interactive VR experience game using a game engine? And so, we've dove into using Unity, and that didn't seem to really work, so we're changing it to Unreal. And I think, trying things in game engines. Certain projects require certain game engines. So if you want something more data and interactive, I'd say use the Unity game engine. If you want something to look really, have nice lighting and textures, I'd say use the Unreal Engine. And I think, like you talked about, we come from a VFX film background, and it's really difficult to get our work that we do in film and visual effects to look as good in VR. It's one of our struggles, and it's a very frustrating struggle that we go through every day. And
is that because you're trying to hit 90 frames per second?
That's one of the reasons, but it's just really difficult to come away without having to have your project look like it's built in a game engine. Yeah. It's really difficult. Yeah. So.
It's also the audience is looking at your work 400% zoomed in, able to see single pixel discrepancies or stereo disparities. So, especially on a mobile device, 4K stereo at 30 or maybe if you're lucky 60 frames per second is nowhere near enough. Lay people can see matte lines. Lay people can see, incorrect stereo. That's not true on the big screen. That's not true on TV. So the work is undergoing a level of scrutiny that it's unfair.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to meet that level of quality on a freaking big screen.
Right.
Like a $500 million tentpole has less pixel peeping than a VR experience on a cell phone.
And you think about games, in a normal video game, you come across a gun, there's a few animations associated with that gun, and that's about it, you're shooting. In VR, people pick the gun up, they look at it, they toy with it, they flip it around, they do all sorts of stuff, all of which requires a level of detail that really impacts your team having to optimize every single asset, every single thing they do. So I love that. I love your point, Kimberly, about also the R&D aspect of what we're all doing.
Yeah.
Like my team was totally had to struggle with how much collision detection do you do in a room, for example? Do we actually prevent people from walking through walls? It's never nice to prevent people from doing stuff, but we realized it's a real environment. People don't walk through walls in a real environment, so they won't walk through our walls. We don't have to worry too much about it. So there's all that kind of learning that we're all doing. Let's turn to Jörg next.
Yeah, just to add, I totally agree, it's early days, but also the quality even has to be better, what you just said, than 2D versions, because it's not traditional media. This is a 360 environment. You cannot apply classic storytelling themes to a 360 environment. I think it's more like an open world in gaming, so where you go through scenarios, but you also just stroll around and just experience, the area. And then also, just to set the stage, I think we have to think about, do we use traditional kind of cinematics, what a video game is doing to set the stage, that the user, the fan, starts to get used to where he is and what he's actually doing and what he can expect, from the experience. Probably, yes, you should do something, no, you shouldn't. You really have to guide them a bit through the scenario. I don't think, against classic storytelling will apply for this area. Why I even joined Machinima is I'm immersive gamer. I'm not a competitive gamer. The kids out there would kill me in a split second. I have no chance. But I love to deep dive into very rich, graphic-rich world like in Assassin's Creed or Fallout 4. And I think the industry definitely needs its Pokemon moment for VR, you know, where you walk, and I just need to walk into an old London Assassin's Creed or Paris. I don't even need to do anything there, I just want to be there. But we're not there yet from exactly what do you do then in this space, but I think we're very close to it. So Machinima, yes, we also build a VR studio. We do a lot of Let's Play videos, so from single player, multiplayer. What excites me a lot is seeing now the influencer. Machinima is also an MCN, so we have a lot of influencers, around 20,000. To see them now in the space, in their game, seeing them in Minecraft, where they're very passionate about it, but also seeing them goofing around because they're not used to being in their environment. This is brilliant. That's why I'm so passionate about VR. It's not frozen in time cinematic, it's you're there. And I just on Friday with Irad, who sits here in the audience, we saw Star Wars, and seeing the Millennium Falcon landing next to you, it's just breathtaking, it's epic. And you feel you don't get the wind and all that and the dust in your eyes, but still you feel different, and that's what I love with VR. But all that said, I think it's still a small step to really go there. But good news, I think we're very close.
That's great. Thank you for bringing up storytelling, because that's where I wanted to go next. So let's think about change and what VR and AR could do. You know, what kind of change is it actually bringing on the horizon, either from a technology standpoint or whatever you'd like to talk about. And Andy, if you don't mind, I'll start with you, because I read somewhere that you gave a speech where you started by saying, storytelling is dead.
In VR.
Perhaps you could elaborate.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually the word telling that's dead. Story is not dead, but telling is dead in this medium. If it's a first-person medium, you're not telling anything. You're creating an environment. Ideally, you're creating hopefully a narrative experience. The story that is told is when the person takes the headset off and tells their friend what they just did, what they just saw, what they just experienced. So that's why I said in the beginning, I'm currently a director, which is a fancy way of saying experience designer, because I think for these immersive and interactive mediums where your audience is the protagonist, they might be the antagonist, but they are the main character of their own story. It's not about telling anything. It's not about. I love all the hand wringing that old Hollywood is doing right now. Spielberg had a great quote where he was like, "This is a very dangerous medium for us creators." No, it's not. It's a very dangerous medium if you don't want to work in it. You know, a lot of people are like, "How do we get them to look where we want them to look? How do we make sure that they see what we need them to see?" I don't know, make a good experience and, you know, have option, put things in a place that makes sense, make it inevitable. There's a lot of sort of like old thinking of, this is my frame, this is my edit, this is what you will watch, this is what I want you to see. I'm going to control lensing and focus and lighting and sound so that you see and hear in the order, frame by frame, exactly what I want you to see. And I manipulate you and I manipulate your emotions and I swell the music at the perfect moment. That's gone. Those techniques are not gone. You know, we're still going to use cameras, we're still going to use lighting, we're still going to create environments, still going to have actors, still going to have dialogue. But the user, the participant, the guest, whatever you want to say, is the main character of it, is the main focus. They're literally the only thing that matters. The entire thing is about them, and it's all about sort of creating a playground for them. You know, it's not about watching Harry Potter grow up. It's about being Harry Potter. It's about being Indiana Jones. You know, it's about being the chosen one yourself. And so that's where we're headed. We're headed, honestly, we're headed to amusement parks. But to say, when you say that normally, like, oh, it's just like kind of like installation design or a haunted house or an amusement park, people go, oh, well, those aren't very good. That's the wrong thinking. They're not very good currently, but there's lessons there. They know how to onboard an audience. The Transformers ride up at Universal, you know actually who you are. You're not given a name, but you know that you're in a secret facility that's under attack and the Transformers are trying to get you out there. It's first person. It's an adventure that you're taking on. Indiana Jones ride is pretty similar. You're less strongly charactered. But those are the types of experiences that we need to be looking at and listening to and picking the best stuff of, not recreating. It's not about making the Indiana Jones ride in VR. It's about realizing that the hour that you stand in line is actually part of the experience if it's done right. The ride is absolutely part of the experience. What happens after the ride is part of the experience. We're going to be creating stories. They're not going to look like films. They're not going to be linear. They're not going to be non-interactive. But they are gonna sort of steal from games, steal from films, steal from play, interactive theater, all of these things into this new amalgam that we're just kind of figuring out right now, because the tech's the tech sucks. The tech's gonna suck for decades.
Is that the quote from the panel?
Yeah, the tech sucks. But it's amazing. It's amazing. Like a cell phone and a cardboard headset is kind of on par with the DK1 in terms of experience, and that's phenomenal. That amount of increase in technology in such a short amount of time is astounding. And if you just extrapolate that, we're going to be in full body haptic suits, and it'll be like Lawnmower Man, but better graphics. But it's going to take a while to get there. The journey is going to be amazing. We're figuring it out. Everything that's being created today is amazing, and it will suck next week when the new amazing thing comes out. And that's going to suck the week after that.
Oh, question from the audience.
Question kind of along the same lines of the conversation, storytelling and the new media and things of that nature. How does this, specifically for yours and everybody else, for a studio like Machinima that kind of started out as video games and all these kinds of things, and was literally the biggest thing on YouTube at one point and nobody could even touch them, kind of pivoting into a new age where not always the views might not reflect, the content and, the effort behind it and stuff like that. So my question is, with these new medium and the new VR AR studio that you guys have built, how does this give you, new possibilities to engage the viewer, refresh your brand, tell a new story, not from a simple perspective as, this is AR, VR, it's built in, but specifically towards your brand, how does this refresh everything and give you kind of new opportunities?
No, very, very good comment. The good old times. Two things. Just one comment. We evolved, obviously, being more multimedia. So we go now more, creating a Transformer series, a Street Fighter. We still look very deeply into the game culture and geek culture to fit to the Machinima audience. But we also have to evolve beyond social media, on many other platforms, Comcast, Go90, Sony View, Sohu in China, and so on. So, but I still agree with you, big time. So Machinima, as probably a lot of you know, is derived from machine and cinema. And we're very used to work in this 360 space to recreate imaging and put it pretty much on social media, put new content out there. I would ask, we are the home of, if you talk about Machinima VR, that's us. So do it. I can only encourage you to do it. There's big appetite. Not everything is figured out in terms of business models. So we do a lot of mixed reality right now to go into the existing business models because somebody has to pay for it. It's a bit the chicken and egg. Nobody wants to invest, but we want, of course, to Fallout 4. I love to see it. But I hope you are part of the Machinima network and do it. Go out there, create it, and you will be seen. That's the beauty of this medium. Spot on.
It's interesting because we actually start looking at what you guys have done in terms of utilizing game assets and creating cinema out of them effectively for a rectangular YouTube channel. We do a lot of previs, especially for our more complex shots. A lot of those are game engine, if not other programs. But one of the things that we started, it was just a simple question. It's like, why is this not good enough for us to publish at this point? And it was just fidelity, and that's artists, and that's just developer time. So if all that's already done in a game engine for an existing release IP, can we basically do what you guys have done and get a really strong writer's room to do some just interesting experiments script-wise, and then script together a piece and effectively pre-visit, but then polish it to the point where, hey, this is actually good enough. Let's put this out there in the world, which is effectively what that model is. And with all those assets kind of pre-placed, I think that's very feasible, not just from a studio standpoint, but also from an individual content creator standpoint.
Yeah, I can only say yes. I mean, the good enough, I learned that big time. Robert and I worked for BBC Worldwide, where the quality aspect of content is very high and absolutely appreciated. There's no doubt about it. But also what I wanted to learn at Machinima is what does it mean good enough, Let the audience out there decide, because the platform is there. What is Machinima? The platform is such. Get it out there and find out if you find the audience, and probably you find, if the quality is good. Of course, the hurdle content gets better and better, you know, and I see brilliant content from influencers who work on shoestring budgets. It's unbelievable. I have a lot of respect for that. They bring something what professionals in this industry have less is time. I get that part, but still, it's beautiful what I see, and that's how the industry evolves too, you know, to take these good first moments, of course use game engines to recreate, to think about how would entertainment look like in this VR space in the future, or mixed reality, or do both, you know, just as a tip to get monetized. But absolutely big yes, and then get distributed and find an audience.
That's great. So the rise of the game engine for a previs tool is so exciting to me. Kimberly, you guys have thought a lot about the use of game engines for, you know, optimizing asset creation and all that. Do you mind speaking to that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So our experience coming from a film visual effects background and then jumping into the game engine world is kind of really different, and it's been a little bit shocking and frustrating at the same time. You know, some of the things that we've come up with, you know, walls are just, you know, why can't we bring some of the assets that we have from our film projects into the game engines just like that? And you can't, because they're built with just, you know, all these millions of polygons, and you have to, you know, you have to just have it VR friendly. So we have to take 3D assets and make them VR friendly, which is another step in the process. And, you know, kind of mapping that out and then looking at it, and then also getting frustrated that the way we built it in, you know, our film and visual effects projects, it doesn't look the same. And so there's a lot of time in developing the lighting, the look, the textures, and then you have to deal with the frame rate, because, you know, obviously you don't want to make people sick, and you can have this beautiful scene, but if it's not running at the right frame rate, then you're going to have all these people, you know, vomiting when they're watching your VR piece. So that's another frustrating piece. So, you know, there's all these like little technical, not little, but frustrating issues that we're learning because we don't come from a game background. So, and I think it's a combination of the two. I think it's a combination of game background and film and visual effects background coming together and trying to, you know, work on these kinds of design and concept challenges to bring something amazing and beautiful to this VR world.
Super excited to see that you brought on as a advisor Hideo Kojima.
Yes.
How's that going?
Yes. That's amazing. So yeah, yesterday we went to Valve together and checked out some great things happening there, and we're really excited about Hideo being our advisor. And that's the other thing. It's that, so Hideo is our advisor, which makes the quality of our work even that much. The bar is now higher. Let's just put it that way. So it's not like we just can make something and put it out there. We've really got to make it right, make it look good, make it function right, and so we are just, you know, just scrutinizing everything we do, and which makes it more challenging.
Absolutely. So my favorite moment at BBC was when we integrated Top Gear, the racing show, into Microsoft's Forza racing game. And they recreated the Top Gear camera angles from the TV show. And my favorite moment was showing the executives at BBC the TV show side by side with the game. And they could not tell which was which. And we're still not there yet in VR, but that's like the holy grail for me, right? I know, like, some of you are interested, like I liked it, you mentioned the science thing. I'm interested in simulations. I just went down to CXC, and I think it's El Segundo, and they do big boy toys. They basically kit out the cockpits of cars, and then they have lots of haptic feedback. You put on an Oculus, and all of a sudden you're on a racetrack racing, and it is heart-pounding. Has anyone done it? Heart-pounding, right? Scary as hell. Awesome. And I know some of you have been involved in that and thought about simulations. I'm just wondering if you could speak to that. Maybe you could start?
Yeah, actually I was leading a lot of the non-gaming developer relations at Oculus back then, which included, at the time, entertainment and then simulation, whether that's military or other aspects of sport where simulation, like for instance motorsports, a lot of the F1 simulator teams, and then also beyond simulations and I mean flight simulators for the military and then ground troop simulators, but then beyond that, reaching out back into education, and like those are areas that that are outside, I guess, the purview of what we think about as the booming entertainment trend for VR, but they're perfectly valid verticals that are of varying depth. I mean, you can probably own the simulator market and still just be, what, 100,000 out there in the world. But looking at things like education, I'm just like stunned that that is just now picking up, because that was, in my head, the third vertical that was going to take off after gaming and then entertainment would be education, because the confluence of it and then the everyday use of it and the lifelong use of it is just massive in terms of actual touches of content. So I'm really excited that you guys are working on stuff like that. I'm excited about that. I come from education technology back in the day. But going back into simulators, and I think this also kind of alludes to something Andy mentioned, is one of the design philosophies that we always looked at in anything when we were working on the actual physical hardware was this concept of 0 seconds to fun, which was very pertinent to gaming, kind of less pertinent in other areas, but this frictionless interface to the virtual world, which is absolutely critical if we're going to get any adoption. And friction is also dollars, like the friction of my wallet when I spend thousands of dollars on this system, right? So trying to get as high a quality experience to as many people as possible without them having to suit up and put on these insane gloves, and even something as simple as headphones. Like, that was something that we're like, okay, this is a pain in the ass to try to put on headphones blind and Scrabble for them on my table. So how do we kind of ease that friction? And I think that's absolutely critical, because for simulation to filter into games, and we're seeing that some of the best games out there right now are things like flight simulators or space simulators or racing simulators, because it is kind of that low-hanging fruit. It is that obvious choice of, if I'm in VR, I want to be first person. If I'm first person, I want to do this thing. I would challenge everybody here, because we challenge ourselves with this all the time, and I think there was a mention of this earlier. It's like, why are we doing this in VR? And are we trying to be obvious? I mean, I kind of hate that, in fact. I look at scripts. We look at scripts all the time, and a lot of them, they're just really, really freaking obvious. Like, oh, I want to be first person. I want to do this superhero thing. And I'm like, no, you don't. Like, I don't. I mean, you're trying to preach to me like I want to be Batman or Superman. Maybe I don't some days. Maybe I want to sit back and watch a master storyteller. And this is where I'll argue with Andy on this. There are master storytellers out there. Storytelling, I think, is different. I don't think it is gone. I think that the margin for error is definitely tighter now, and you have to kind of accept that the audience will miss parts of your story, and you have to construct parallel stories or a variety of stories that all make sense cohesively somehow if the audience decides to go AWOL and go check out a wagon cart over in the corner. That is the fundamental challenge that makes this the dangerous medium or the challenging medium for traditional filmmakers. Some of them are not willing to let go of that baggage. We see it every day. Even people that think that, like, oh, VR is awesome. I'm going to go jump into it. I'm going to shift the gears all the way into VR. And then they come to us with very, very traditional ideas, and a lot of the times we just have to show them that that doesn't work, and then they rethink it. You have to kind of go through that pain process a lot of the times, especially with someone that has, sometimes it's baggage, sometimes it's just a lot of experience making beautiful things in a rectangle in order to get them thinking about the problems in a different way, and thinking about new problems, and then thinking about things like third person. We landed on third person, not because we wanted to. Everybody's dream is that first person, like their initial thought is that first person. We're seeing it in games now. Like, everybody's like, oh, let's go play Call of Duty in VR. No, like a year later, we've had this discussion since like 2012, 2013. It takes a while for even very, very smart people at very, very established game studios to let go of that initial predilection towards what they've been doing or what they've been dreaming about since they were a kid watching the holodeck. Now there are lots of obvious options. There's lots of not so obvious options, and the only way you get to those not so obvious options, which is where I really think the Pokemon or the killer app or whatever for VR or AR is going to come from, is by taking some of those obvious steps, some of those not obvious steps, because only then can you see there from where you're standing. From here, we don't even know what it is yet.
Let me just jump on one thing there. I think simulations are, we need a Ferrari. We need a reason. Why on earth would you buy a $2,000 gaming PC that you're only going to use for VR? Dedicate your living room, your basement, your rec room to this massive room scale thing. The reason you're going to do those things, and that will drive demand, and now we've got a user base, and now we can monetize and have those conversations, is if you go to the Void, or you go to an arcade, or you go to the mall, and they've got this, like, they've got the haptics, they've got the gloves, they've got the, they've got all the things that make no sense at a mass consumer level. IMAX is just about to open their first, VR theater experience in the UK. I believe really strongly in those things, not as the only future, but as the sort of the thing that makes you want to run out and go get your own. The thing that makes people say, how do I do that? And the answer can sometimes be just get a $1 cardboard headset, the phone that's in your pocket, and go download a free app. You can do it. But to get people...
But is that quality enough? For,
Absolutely. Everything's quality enough. I've had very moving experiences with very, on paper, shitty, headsets, and it's all about content. You can tell a story with a piece of paper. You can tell a story with your voice. You can move people. We're not like sort of... Everyone just needs to hit pause and wait a decade until this stuff doesn't suck, and then we can do good things. We can do great things today. We could do things 4 years ago, but the big installations, the big motion simulators, the vibrating chairs, the South by Southwest installations, they're a critical piece of the overall ecosystem from the standpoint of they create an impossible to recreate in your home experience. An amazing PC, a motion chair, best headset ever, attendants to tell you what's going on, to make sure that you're pointed in the right direction. All the things that, you're making raw data right now. I guarantee you there's things you wish you could do, but you have to go a little more generic. You can't make assumptions that everyone's going to understand this. Everyone's going to have both controllers turned on. Everybody's going to, have their room properly calibrated, know how to teleport. We get to the point where we can start making those assumptions when there's enough demand and enough volume, and we get to there by showing people how amazing it could be. And kind of the best way to do that is to target 1,000 people over 3 days with like a really good installation. I'm not saying that's all we should do, but I'm saying they're very important. I believe in them really strongly.
Well, there's a lot of activity in that sector right now.
I also think you need to tailor the experience to the device right now. You're, of course, quite limited with the cardboard right now, where the Vive and the Rift has other opportunities and possibilities, and also go beyond a gimmick or just a marketing stunt. We love the marketing dollars right now. Don't get me wrong, that's one of the few things. And as we published our Transformers series, we also did a deep dive in VR in the 3D mesh of one of the Transformers, and that's all good and people like it, but it's not sustainable. So if you need to start tailoring, the big screen, the bigger screen, the Vive, the mobility, all that. And what I said earlier, what I miss still in this, do we want storytelling in VR and what is it? Why VR? Why do you use the 360 space? It's a different medium, completely different. Why do I want to walk in there? Right now I see a lot of replications of existing stuff. Oh, horror genre, easy. It's so easy to scare somebody anyway in the video game, so let's do it in VR. It's also borderline not responsible. We have to think about that too for 2 seconds. But why 360? And for me, this is a brand new world, we can go into. Show this world, and use the space actually in this world, but also take your audience with you, because they might not be on your development stage, what you feel VR is, because nobody really, not a lot of people experience it. Here are a lot of pros in this audience, but the mass, the devices are not even out there, in mass media.
I think that's good to note. Did you have a comment? Okay.
In designing games, have you guys thought about not the players, but the audiences playing? Because these sports have an opportunity to do something that real sports can't, which should make them a great for audience, which is design properly a game can put the viewer on the field with the action. Somebody could watch an NBA game and be on the court with the players, or somebody could watch a football game knowing they're not going to get hurt. It would be an incredible experience. sports can do that, but I haven't seen anybody embrace creating a game, but with the thinking that we want to broadcast this to millions of people around the world on Twitch or whatever through VR and allow them to have an immersive experience that they can't have doing sports anywhere else.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the driving force in VR will be first video gaming, then live events, and then probably video entertainment. And esports has all three components. Only esports itself is also a new phenomenon. It's massive, but still fairly new. And yes, that's why it lives on Twitch or YouTube gaming. But absolutely right, you can go right into the games. You can have mixed reality about the outcome, of these events. You can be at the live event, or you even play along pretty much as an amateur with the pros. So a lot of opportunities and working on it.
Yes.
Yes. If you look back, I don't know if it's been publicly released. I haven't seen it in a while, but one of the first things Valve ever did was give you spectator mode in Dota, right?
Yeah.
And that was critical because, quite honestly, the mechanics of Dota, if you tried to play them in first-person VR, you probably wouldn't do very well. There are some games that work very, very well where VR is an advantage. I don't think Dota is one of those, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. That's one of those points where, just like I love that question of why are we doing this in VR? It's more expensive, less people are going to see it. But also, one of those questions: if we are going to do it in VR, who is your audience? Do they have to be first person? And I'd argue that that's one of those opportunities to where it's actually better to be third person. It's better to watch. I'd much rather watch a pro gamer sit there and just demolish the field than me try to do that same effect, even if I had all the tools. Like if it just doesn't have that same impact, than to just kind of behold the spectacle of this master freaking crush it, right? But then at the same time, do I wish I could do that? Yeah, but like the agency and the onus is on me to perform now, and so for some reason that dynamic with the audience is fundamentally different if you're trying to effectively impact them.
There's several companies that essentially build middleware that sits on top of spectator mode. There's companies that make sort of in-game camera rigs that allow traditional camera operators to film the game. I know that there's several of those sort of like middleware integrator companies that are certainly very interested in that future. And more specifically, any game developer that has a game in which there is a spectator mode would be really silly to not be at least thinking as a thought exercise what might be possible. Because as you said, a third-person perspective, I mean, that's what spectator mode is. It's third-person, omniscient, floating around. It's a slam dunk for VR. I know that there are people working on it. There's not a lot of people out there watching VR. So it's, like I agree live streaming is going to be big, but live streaming right now is like Real Player in like the mid 90s. It's buffering, and there's 200 people watching. So yes, it's going to be very big. People are watching esports right now, but the pieces haven't naturally joined together yet in terms of the audience that is dying to consume this. Absolutely, but they're not all. They don't all own Vives or PSVRs or Oculuses or. That's what I mean by the pieces have not naturally joined together yet. There's probably 4 pieces there that need to be connected that are trying to join together. It's going to take a while. It's just going to take a while, but when it does, it's going to be amazing.
Another question? Could you speak up a little bit?
I think you're talking about player identity.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. I think that's up to the individual creators, depending on what their creative vision is for that piece and how they want it to execute your. I've seen it done both ways, basically. A lot of the times there is a current flip. There's a current discussion around making sure that all players and all characters within, or basically that all players can have a character within a virtual environment that can reflect their personal identities. But then also there's the ability to go fantasy with it, and that's where again a 10-foot tall robot, like I don't care if it looks like me or not, and that's ultimately again up to the director and how much identity you're trying to prescribe and buy-in you're trying to get. Like, is this supposed to be me in this experience? If it's like a touching breakup scene, maybe you don't want to be this disembodied 10-foot robot. Maybe you actually want to be that person that's and that can interact on a more like a more human level. I don't know. I mean, again, I think it's purely down to creative, and there are people, of course, working on that. Character mods are probably going to be a huge financial, like one of the few ways that you can actually make money in the future. So.
There's a certain technological barrier to a body in VR as it stands today, where if you have a Vive, you can, or an Oculus with touch controllers, you can hit a certain level of non-distractive body presence. The Book of Life thing that Real Effects did like 2 years ago actually did a pretty good job of just using the positional tracking on the headset to give you a body. But any sort of pre-rendered, putting a body in is the worst decision in the world. It's the most distracting thing, and we could talk for an hour about why it's such a bad idea. But the vast majority of content that's being created today is pre-rendered, either animation or video. Some of it's even being rendered out of a game engine, so even though it's in a real-time engine, what you're viewing is not real-time. So all of those sort of make any sort of body insanely distracting and non-functional. So you need the body to at least be real-time, even if the thing you're watching is not. So we're a little bit hobbled right now in terms of our ability to do that, in terms of in every experience to give you a body, give you a character, and that's why so many of these experiences have no sort of presence. Like they don't tell you who you are. They don't name you. They don't say like you're a white male, or you're a little girl. And that's because the body right now doesn't work in the vast majority of the content that's being created. That's going to change. It's certainly possible to do once you have hand controllers and you have a vague understanding of where the body is. It'll be incredible when we have full body tracking, like at least 16 point, but these are things that are going to take a while. And so I think we're going to be stuck in a very primitive era of giving you a body for a little while, and that's okay. It's going to take a while.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, I've seen, people put on a green suit and then they turn into a character, and I think that that's fun and exciting. But, from my perspective of watching, that's how it was fun. But I think, right now we're not able to do that in our experiences. So.
We have time for one quick question. Anyone? All right, well, panelists, that was an extraordinarily informative panel. I think you'd all agree. Big round of applause, and thank you very much. Joe, you killed it. Thank you so much.
Oh, hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Hey, Joe, nice to meet you. Yeah.
Last minute thing. We're going to make this a really easy panel for the guys. We have a great lineup of panelists here. We're going to do Q&A throughout, so if anybody has a question anywhere between what these guys are talking about, feel free, raise your hand, tell dirty jokes. Nobody cares. We just want to make this a fun and engaging panel for everybody. So what I'm going to do is start off and let all the guys here kind of introduce themselves. What are you doing? What's going on? What's your favorite thing in VR these days? And then we'll kind of spin off from there, so we can start at the end.
My name is Michael Connolly. I'm the creative director of Blackthorn Media. We started it'll be 3 years, all alumni of Rhythm and Hues Studios. We've been doing visual effects for feature films for 20 years and decided to jump into VR. Everything we're doing is all about 6 degrees of freedom and trying to make the most immersive experience that the medium allows. So it's very important to us that everything we do is, you've got your head and your hands in the space with you. We're developing our own intellectual properties. We've got a couple of projects out there. The Abbott's Book, we premiered at Sundance, and then Dragonflight, we premiered at Tribeca. It's a pretty exciting time.
My name is Ben Rice. I'm the Director of Business Development for FOTV Media Networks, which is a digital entertainment conglomerate that owns a variety of companies, chiefly Hologram USA. Hologram USA is the exclusive patent holder for Pepper's Ghost projections in North America. So we're certainly more on the augmented reality side of VR AR. But the tie-in also is we're creating our own theatrical distribution system of theaters nationwide that'll be fully equipped for a 360 video and VR viewing in all of our shows. So,
everyone's looking at me.
Let's go down.
My name's Morris May. I started a company about 3 years ago called Spectral Theory. So we're a creative technology lab. We create immersive content, both technically and creatively. We're well known for a series of film called Perspective, which went to Sundance and Tribeca in a few of the markets. Our recent projects are, we won the first Streamy for VR, which is a project called MapPad's Game Lab, which is actually 45 minutes of virtual reality content, was part of YouTube Red.
Awesome. Hey everyone, I'm Tim Dillon, executive producer for MPC VR, which is Moving Picture Company, global VFX studio making film and advertising. And we launched our VR division, I'd say 2 years plus ago now. Worked on projects for films such as The Martian, Goosebumps, Suicide Squad, and also for brands like Google Tilt Brush. Worked with all the directors you know and love like Chris Melk and Guy Shalmadine for projects like
Cool. I'm Jeff Nicholas. I was co-founder of an agency called The Uprising Creative. We launched a VR content studio called Vehicle VR. I recently left in April to form a company called Create and Destroy, which is an independent VR consultancy where I'm directing and producing and consulting on a wide variety of immersive and VR content, namely the Hulu series with Live Nation, directing that piece, a piece with Ford Performance, Budweiser, Comedy Central, a bunch of others. So, content creation.
Hey, how are you? Sorry I'm late. I had a delayed flight this morning. My name is Tom Wright. I'm managing director of Entropic and a founder of Tactic. Tactic is a VR company. We do both service and product. Entropic is more of a visual effects entity along the lines of MPC, but Tactic is very much an engineering-led enterprise VR product company. So we've done a lot of work both in content for, we've sort of been the bespoke partner for a lot of content companies like commercial production companies who want to do VR. But at the same time, we've been developing products along with startup partners up in San Francisco, where I'm based, as well as in Los Angeles and New York, where our other offices are.
Thanks, Tom. Better late than never.
Yeah, sorry about that.
So let me see a show of hands of
terrible.
everybody here who's in the brand space. You work for a brand and dealing with VR from the branding aspect. Anybody?
No.
Is everybody here content or VR? Raise your hand if you're working in VR currently. Okay, good to know.
Nice.
So guys, it's gonna kind of lob this to one of you guys to kind of start off. Maybe Tom, you or Tim, you guys can handle this. Kind of want to start with the brand attraction. I mean, VR is new. Everybody's excited about it. It's a great buzzword, but really, what is the brand attraction right now to the whole VR phenomenon?
You know, right now for brands, and I won't speak for all of us, but my background is working in advertising agencies for many years, and my last agency job was running Xbox Global and Halo Global and these sort of like IP related brands that also have a game engine component to them, like Gears of War and these things that are very engine based. So for them, like it's having relevance with this kind of leading indicator of consumer behavior, which are gamers, which were the leading indicator of social behavior, who are the like rabid adherents of all new things. And so to me, right now, brands who are attuned to that are becoming interested in VR. It's interesting, the earliest super high-level brand VR projects were all loss leaders for vendors. I mean, just to be totally straightforward, you know, like the Volvo experience, to my knowledge, cost the company that made it, you know, several $100,000. You know, like these things are slowly becoming more viable and more exciting for brands. And as a result, for creators and people who are practitioners and developers and engineers, it's becoming a more realistic avenue for production.
And Tim, you guys are working out. You have a lot of shows you're doing.
Yeah.
What's going on with you guys and the brands?
Yeah, I'll follow that one up. It's pretty varied for us, super varied. Like, so we look at it all as content in an individual project, case by case. You know, we did a launch film for Google Tilt Brush, which people might have seen, which that's a brand piece for Google, right? It's a great product. It's all about what, you know, everyone knows Tilt Brush, what they were trying to do. And that actually is a mixed reality video, and it's somewhat more traditional of the things that we're creating in VR. But actually, a lot of the agencies that we've spoken to over the last couple of years have had a tough time selling in VR to their brands. It's largely become a 360 video, return on investment, audience number conversation. But then actually, we've been going to brands and saying, okay, well, you know, for example, 2 weeks ago, we launched a piece real time, in meaning a room scale walkable VR experience for the Nature Conservancy, and they would consider it very much a brand effort. They had a campaign to run, they were fundraising for a key cornerstone of their campaign, and they wanted to use VR in the heart of it. But it's an event exercise, and then it will be released. But those are very different examples of brand pieces for us.
So I know, Ben, you were at FOTV. You guys have a lot of channels with all this immersive technology. Are the brands adapting to VR right now? Or?
Yeah, and you actually just touched on something very interesting as well. There is definitely a divide between the agency desires and the direct brand desires. You know, the agencies for PR, for PR purposes, there's a huge desire to seem innovative and on the cutting edge and miles ahead of where the client is. But in reality, they just want to keep selling the same media they always have. It keeps the lights on. When it comes to the direct brands, we almost work exclusively with direct brands. We would love to partner with agencies, but certainly with Intel, for instance, and partnering us with the Jimmy Kimmel Live series when we beamed Jimmy Kimmel through telepresence for the Country Music Awards. In two weeks, not much I can say about it, but a major Mexican brand of Anheuser-Busch is doing a AR holographic resurrection of a beloved Mexican pop icon at Dia de los Muertos. So basically anything that's authentic to the brand. I know authenticity is a huge buzzword, but if the shoe fits, brands are really excited to do things that are going to be talked about for years because everyone's, everything moves at the speed of light now.
I think everybody's hit on some interesting stuff about the hype cycle too. You know, there's a huge amount of hype around VR, AR. All the brands are like, oh, I have to have my VR piece. I have to have my VR app or whatever it is. And the reality is that it's not right for everybody. And there's a big schism between what people think it's worth and what they want to pay for it versus what it actually costs to make it. And it's a different conversation now, though, I think, than we were having a year ago. I was here a year ago on a panel where we were talking about funding in VR, and AR, and the funding conversation then was like a bunch of people standing around a hole waiting for the first person to throw money into it. And now they've realized that, and now brands have realized, ways that they can track some metrics, or they can start to get some value from it. So there is more money flowing. It's just a slower trickle than I think, content creators would like.
I mean, like part of it, like for brand marketers, audience is always a thing. Like right now, with Daydream coming out, that's a giant thing for brands. That's going to be a huge mobile accelerator. With PlayStation VR, like that popping, like all of that is going to, make it much more real for brands. And I think like for all of us who've been in it for a little while, and I think I was on the same panel a year ago, and we talked about this, like it's it really took a lot of adventurism a year and a half ago to invest in VR for a brand. And right now it's expected. For a CMO who's on an 18-month, 24-month career cycle within a brand, it's expected that they have a plan for that. And so, for all of us who are slightly downstream of that and who are creatives and who are trying to produce things and make products or content, it's approaching kind of that great moment, but I think that clearly the spring is going to be the time. Where all the people who are making products around VR are going to pop them in September, October, November, December, and in the spring, all the brands are going to flock to it.
Wait, so guys, and I don't know if you guys can answer this, but you guys are on panels similar last year talking about funding. Where's the money coming from? Is it from, on the content creators, the brands? Is it from like the Samsungs, Intels, on the handsets? I mean, where are you guys seeing the money's flowing from?
It's coming from China.
It is kind of coming from China. It's true. There's a lot of money flowing from a lot of different areas right now. I think it's not big. It's not big substantial budgets in the terms of like a feature film or a feature TV series or anything like that. But we are seeing the distribution platforms are paying for content. Brands are paying for content. There's some advertising going against it. There are deals being worked out with the agencies about back end that doesn't even exist yet. I mean, all of these funding conversations are happening in real time right now, and I will say, we are in a place now where we're seeing 6 to 7 figures going into certain projects where before, like we said, a year ago, we were not seeing that. It was.
It's turning into it's showing signs of turning into a healthier ecosystem.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, we're in the unusual position of being able to focus on our own IP without to date having really needed to tap too much into the VC realm. We're looking at companies like Baobab, for instance, landing a $25 million round for narrative, which is what we're all about. So that's a pretty exciting development. That kind of money is being freed up in what people surely must be thinking of as an experimental mode.
I mean, if you look to it I think there's the Live Nation Next VR Citibank announcement that just came out where Citi's going to be sponsoring a bunch of shows that are being presented by Live Nation and streamed live in Next VR's version of VR. That's a huge development when you think about a brand attaching in that way to something as ephemeral as live VR.
But do you think that's, I've got a question about money that already existed for live shows in Live Nation's case, and they're redirecting it into VR, or do you think that's on top of what they would have been doing anyway?
That's a good question.
I mean, it feels like that's a great question, actually, because it is it's a relevance question as well for brands and for providers and media companies and event providers where, for Live Nation, it's of interest to be at the leading edge of what they do and what people want to see. And to your point, that's their investment. So
I suspect it's that. I suspect it's replacing something that they were already planning on doing. So from a funding perspective, you're seeing things moving into VR, which is a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it's different from a new fund or a new budget being brought to the industry. But we're seeing it's so widespread and so varied. Again, we're working with movie studios. Every single movie studio has a different prerogative. They're coming to it for different reasons, whether something is considered marketing material, whether something is considered content as it would be
Original
a home
versus-
entertainment, original, game release, whatever vertical it falls into. But the clarification of categories over the last year is really helping. You know, the narrative category or the gaming category.
I mean, we're seeing everybody jump in right now too, though. It's Amazon. You know, I'm hearing talks of them jumping into VR in a big way. Where I mean, it's every distribution platform, every content provider that you can think of has jumped in, and that speaks to that hype cycle. It's what is real. You know, where are we seeing real budgets, and where are we seeing people go? I'm just there because I need to be there.
Yeah, a lot of stuff is complete announcements. It's, you know, imagine this thing takes off as predicted and you didn't have a plan to addressing it, you'll be fired as a studio exec. I mean, I kid you not. I mean, this is going to be a new way to make revenue that's never been happened before. It's a new way to reach an audience, a new way to reach brands, and if you're not engaged in that and you miss it. So I think a lot of these things are just announcements to try to build hype to the reality of what's actually happening is.
Yeah, there's two funnels that the money will come in for, right? It's either you're going to have a return on investment through investors and stakeholders, or on the other side of the coin, it's branded entertainment. It's replacing branded content, which everyone's talking about at this whole conference, with branded VR content. And, you know, the money comes through both places. We were fortunate enough to be started by a self-proclaimed eccentric billionaire. Think of him as a big bag of money. Who owns 30 Coca-Cola bottling plants around the world. So we've had the good fortune of doing crazy, exciting things, making them happen. But now that we're going forward with our IPOs, we're going to have to keep track of those balance sheets. But there's a lot of really cool, innovative investors coming to the table. So there's a lot of excitement in the category.
So one of the things, you know, you mentioned like people like Amazon, like there are this sort of like rarefied group of people who have these innovation labs and we do a lot of work for Amazon and for Apple and for a few other companies that do these sort of leading edge versions of, you know, like whether it's web VR prototypes or content prototypes and things like that. Like, there's that group of people who are doing these amazing, really interesting things where they want to build out the next thing that's going to happen in 5 years, and that's glorious. And to the extent that we can participate, it's an honor. But there's everybody else who have 92% of the money, you know, who are going to spend on things in the next 5 years in terms of advertising and content creation, and they all need an audience. And I always, like, I keep coming back to the sort of like mobile VR as being like the skinny end of the wedge that's going to like open people up to everything. And then the headsets are going to kind of approach the facility of mobile VR. You know, like the Oculuses and you know, everybody's going to sort of like become a little bit less tethered and a little bit more interesting, and probably a little bit more neutral in terms of reality, whether it's virtual or blended or whatever. And that's this kind of like 10-year continuum. And for all of you and for all of us, we have to pick our moment along that continuum. And I don't know all of you, and I don't know what you want to do and what you have done, but there is kind of this spectrum of now until then, when VR and AR have sort of melded together, and it's this sort of like smart, real-time version of content, information, creativity, content, you know, like, you kind of have to pick your moment, and it's a fascinating time to be getting into it, and I'll stop there. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
Sorry about the non-answer statement.
And I know we have a question. Let's just stop for a question real quickly before I move on.
Hey guys, I mean, at the end of the day, this is about distribution, right?
Yeah.
Currently, Oculus and I don't mean to be a wet monkey, I'm in VR too.
Yep.
Also diving in like an idiot into this black hole. But Oculus and Vive have sold, I don't know, 100,000 units each.
Mm-hmm.
Sales have plateaued. PlayStation VR is available everywhere where they were predicting that it was going to be sold out all over the place. So what are you guys' thoughts about distribution? Because at the end of the day, yeah, the brands and the Hollywood studios are going to have to be in VR just like they had to be in push technology in the 90s or whatever it was. But if we don't get to distribution, if we don't get to the tens of millions of units out there in people's living rooms, how is this going to work?
I know, whoever's going to answer this, which is a really great question,
Yeah.
I was going to segue into how scalable is AR, VR across all platforms. So whoever wants to take on this answer, kind of segue over to that.
I'll jump right in on that. So everything that we're working on, we look now at the tools that have come out in the last year, the Vive, the Oculus, we look at as a development platform that exists a couple of years from now that's more well-suited to a mass market because it's cheaper components, it's better processors, it's untethered, et cetera. So the project like Abbott's Book, for instance, that currently requires a very high-level PC and a bunch of wires coming off your head to really experience. We say, okay, well, this is cool. But in terms of the distribution world that we're sort of brainstorming about, we think that the real meat is on the bone a couple of years from now. There is money to be made in the short term. We think it's in the arcade space. I know you personally will be happy to hear. And China. So in the short term, we look at, the short term being, let's say the next year and a half or so, we look at arcades as a way to turn into this magical creature, this VR company that can actually pay the bills on its income. In the long term, in the 2 years, 3 years, 10 years time frame, we look at the emergence of, the more capable, essentially technologies that we're calling mobile today, becoming much more capable over the next 2-3 years or so, and becoming thereby the mass market that everybody's hungry for right now.
Well, and it's also not unlike the model of gaming, where you have a couple major players. You have your Xbox and you have PlayStation, and then in streaming over-the-top TV, you have your Roku and Apple TV. So it's not about competing for distribution with the hardware; it's about the content itself. And I'll speak for us, FOTV Media Networks. We own an OTT platform, Film On, which is really embracing 360 and VR viewing content. So we're also looking for more VR content out there that can sync with our platform. And I think a lot of other people are going to follow this trend. All the other OTT platforms, whether you're an emerging like Complex or Crackle with Sony PlayStation, things like that. They're just all the publishers are going to start to adopt integrating 360 and VR video content into their platforms. So there's your distribution model.
But
that's content.
Well, I was just going to say there's two parts to that conversation. One is hardware and one is platform or scalability of getting content to devices, whatever those devices may be. And I think something that Tim said earlier about mobile VR being sort of the tip of that wedge. If you look at it, the way that I look at it, and I'm sure many of us do, and there's differing opinions on this, but the way that I look at it is if we can create content that can exist across multiple platforms right now, and that means that in some senses a VR experience, a true VR experience where you've got room scale that actually has the ability to kind of engage with that environment will be limited to the amount of people that can access it. But if there can be an experience from that can be accessed by anyone who has a handset, as a 360 video, that's just going to help, if done right, help the adoption of, or help the interest in VR, AR, and hopefully help the adoption of the hardware necessary to get to mass distribution of bigger VR experiences.
I agree. I agree with everything everyone's saying. We are all waiting. I'm agreeable. I'm waiting for the mainstream moment. Everyone asks us all the time, in business meetings, in panels, what's the mainstream moment? How's this going to tip over? None of us have the answer for that, but it feels to me like it's an AR question. I don't personally think that AR is a superseding medium over VR. I think, as you said, blended and mixed reality, and we're all starting to talk that way, is a better way to talk about it. There are different categories for different reasons. But Apple launching a mixed reality pair of glasses like they launched the iPhone is a mainstream moment. Is Magic Leap launching a pair of Google glasses in a year's time that mainstream moment? Maybe. Once they're bought by Apple, they will.
There you go. That's
Yeah. I mean, I think the thing is, it's like, there's no way of telling it. I think if you look back at TV or you look back at film and you ask those questions in the early days, how is someone going to see this? How is someone going to engage with this? There are no TV sets in your home. What does this content even mean? That's changed, and you could have never predicted how it would change or which direction it would go. And I think if we're all, there's a lot of great minds, much smarter than other people on the panel, I'll speak for myself, much smarter than me, doing the research to try to figure it out, but I don't think you can because human behavior, you can't peg it like that. So we're all creating content and we're hoping for, different forms of distribution to work, but the one that actually ultimately survives in 5 years may not be one that we even can see right now.
I'll say one more thing real fast. It depends on your vantage point too, right? I'm agreeable. It depends on your vantage point, as in we're sitting here in the States looking at it from a US-centric perspective. If you're sitting in China right now, where largely your VR conversation is about the 100 to 1,000 VR arcades that are opening and the centers that you're going to, then it's more about the category of physical location-based VR. It's not about how many PlayStation headsets there are. So it depends. I mean, yes, there's Europe and the US, but there's Asia and there's other battles there,
I guess I have a different way of thinking of it as usual.
You're disagreeable.
But yeah, I know, I'm the opposite of my good comrade friend here. But if you think about where's the hardware, it's like, you buy that hardware now, there's nothing. This without any software is like zero. So no one's gonna buy a PlayStation or a PS3 or any of these devices until you really have the ultimate killer app that drives you and entertains you and engages you, and we don't have that. Not only do we not have that, but we don't necessarily think we even have the creative processes to put together what that will be or understand it. So I don't think of it at all as a hardware problem. I think of it as a new medium that's not explored properly, and there's going to be that killer app that kind of comes together, and that's kind of what we've been trying to work through, exactly how to break the fourth wall in a VR kind of way. But I mean, most people don't realize, you can watch a VR video on Twitter or Snapchat or Facebook or YouTube, or every platform now supports that in some way. So that, as you wisely pointed out, what that content could lead to somebody who will develop something that's going to be engaging enough for us to spend $800 on something for our living room.
So, I mean, essentially VR is still in beta. Like, we're in beta. 3 years later, we're still in beta.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I guess, like there's sort of a, yes, it's all out there, but I do think that as hardware releases that allows a more robust experience, it's going to become more fascinating, more, there's a certain amount, to your point, it's a great point. Like, there's not like the killer app or the amazing VR experience.
I never think of more robust equaling, you can say it's a better experience, I had more resolution, but I mean literally like something that just says, that thing was so freaking engaging, I'm running to the store to buy it, and you have that interpretation of it, which
sure.
I think we'll see at some point.
No, I think one of the things I was thinking on the way here is that, the person within this era and this generation who's best at this has not tried this yet. It's the kind of a medium where people are going to be inspired by participating, by seeing it, by seeing what they could do, and they're other artists or they're other technologists or developers or whatever, and they create the thing that is the thing. And that's part of what's exciting to me, and I think all of us in this large room here, is that it is a partially explored territory where people still can make something remarkable, which is in terms of just human endeavor, awesome. So.
And let's not forget things we haven't seen yet too, right? So sure. Tilt brush led to medium and quill. Oculus guys are inspired by that. Now there are genuine fine artists working inside medium, creating animation that they wouldn't have been able to create because that tool set's bigger than any other 3D creation tool. And you start to see what they were showing on stage, Oculus Connect. And you're like, okay, well actually there's tools here that are creating VR inside VR, like the short film Quill, it's 2D illustration that they've animated and created and putting out at Sundance. And that's the first time that would have happened. So, question is, if you're a filmmaker, how do you make a film inside VR with a virtual camera,
the equivalent of that in live action terms is a whole different proposition, you know?
Well, it's like that scaffolding thing. It's like, we don't know. None of us, coming into VR, there was no roadmap for it. There was a little bit. You could borrow from theater, or you could borrow from game, or you could borrow, but the languages weren't there. And as it's being developed, everybody who's coming into it and getting inspired is adding another layer or adding another brick on top of that, and showing us what can be done.
It's incredibly exciting to look at the bits of technology that are sort of sprinkled around the field right now, just starting to sprout.
Yeah.
So Google's Tango project, for instance, and the ability, to your point on, somebody's going to grab a let's call it a device rather than a phone. Somebody's going to grab some $200 or $500 device and be able to make a 3D environment in a way that they never have been able to before, without deep expertise in the kind of business that we've been doing in the visual effects field for a long time. And then you can just sort of riff on the kinds of technologies that can easily sit on top of that, whether it's recovering, not to get too technical, BRDFs from environment as you move around them or whatever. The point being, there's going to be some incredible tools that emerge, and none of us can wait to see the kinds of things that people are going to do with them. Hell, we're making up tools as we go right now, and kind of chuckling with each other about, like, oh my God, nobody's done this before in this way, and we need to hire 5 patent lawyers right now.
One of the things about this, and I'll kind of step back a little bit into that kind of space race narrative, like Skillman and Hackett, the people who made Tilt Brush, like up until 4 months before they were bought by Google, like they were just 2 guys who had made Tilt Brush. That's like the foundation of a bunch of tool sets for everybody else to create off of the back of Tilt Brush. And Skillman and Hackett, I would see them at we would host SFVR at my office, and they'd be there demoing and whatever. And it is an interesting moment because all these things that are kind of foundational to what's going to happen in the next 5 years, they're still happening. Like all of you here, whatever, 100, 200 people here, 100 people here, you could create the thing, whether it's the story, whether it's the plug-in, whether it's the left turn when everyone expected a right turn in terms of narrative or navigation or user experience. All of you could create that. And I think, to me, that's what's been exciting about this. And I think everyone up here probably feels the same way, is that everyone on this table and everyone at your tables is able to create whatever the next thing is, which is fantastic.
So I have a question. I'm like Ben, Morris, and Tim. That'd be a good question for you guys. I don't want a cliche that content is king, but what are you guys doing with original programming for VR?
Everyone looks to me, I guess. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. We have probably 15 pieces of original content in production at the moment in various stages, whether there be just literally a drawing on the back of a napkin versus something that's supposed to be 20 minutes long that's now 18 minutes long. So it runs the gamut. So we try to create those internally to learn about what works and refine our tool set and our thinking about the space. Did that answer your question?
Kinda.
I think original, I've been doing a lot of original content development work over the last 2 years, year and a half, and developing original content for VR is massively different than it is for any other medium. And we're now producing a lot of that stuff too, and some of it's coming to market. And the interesting thing about the original content space is the conversation around what we're calling what we're doing. Is it storytelling? Is it creating are you telling a story? Are you engaging the person in the story? How do we talk about it? How do we craft it? And what does it become ultimately? And a lot of the original pieces that we're working on, will be series, because and it's like, oh, well, people only watch 5 minutes at a time, so you better make it a series. Well, maybe that's not true. We don't know, but we're all exploring it. So it's funny because on the original side, the brands are really attracted to the original content pieces, and that's where I think branded content in VR is changing a little bit from traditional branded content, because it needs to be almost original that a brand is attached to work. Otherwise, why are you going to watch it, I think?
Yeah, we're doing something quite a bit different as feature programming, since we're an entirely different platform where augmented reality, we're holography. What we're doing is we're aggressively acquiring IP rights for deceased celebrities and creating full-length greatest hits and narratives. So just like you saw Tupac at Coachella, we're actually going to be rolling out a whole series of full-length shows and building out our own theatrical distribution platform. So we're actually breaking ground in January 2017 of the first ever all-hologram theater in Hollywood, across the street from you, so in Frank. All of our theaters are going to have 360 VR cameras in them, so people can watch all of the productions from the comfort of their own home on their smartphones or devices. And so we have, next year coming out, we have Billie Holiday and her greatest hits with a live band. We have Whitney Houston with Judy Garland and Buddy Holly, just to name a few.
Wow. Bring them back to life, huh?
Yep.
I mean, original content is probably a lot of people in VR's focus because it's different. VR's different, but also from an MPC perspective, we've put a lot of time into a bunch of different projects, and VR is difficult. You know, VR work is hard to create, especially at a premium level where things look good and you don't have to make compromises. And so we've spent a bunch of time figuring out what we're happy to do and what we're not happy to do, you know, leave on the table picture-wise. And it's a tough decision, but I think if you're going to slave away on a piece of work, you want that piece to be something that has a life to it, that's going to travel through the world, that people are going to receive in a certain way. So marketing an existing piece of IP, putting all that time into it is not, it's a great thing to do if you find an original way to do it, but it's also, if you're going to put that much time into it, why not make it an original piece that can be episodic, that can have a life beyond that, you know? So I think that's why a lot of people are gravitating towards original, and you get a lot of creatives entering VR because, let's face it, there aren't budgets to make features and short films, and why not try and do that in a new medium in VR instead, you know?
One of the things that comes to mind as we talk about this as well is that, you know, who are the people that are buying what we're making? I ask that because, you know, we go back and forth ourselves quite a bit. Are we making, you know, so we're doing everything 6 degrees of freedom, room scale, your hands are in the space with you and you can walk around and you want it to be interactive and the person having the experience to have agency. What do we call that person? Is that person playing a game, or is that person a different, is this like somebody who's going to the movies? Do they consider themselves a gamer?
Or an actor.
Yeah. So, you know, we like to think of them exactly as a sort of participant in a theater in the round sort of event. Point being, we think one of the things that needs to be invented here is a nomenclature for the audience that wants to participate in the VR experience, because gamer doesn't quite get it. You know, we're not putting a shotgun in your hands and having you, you know, run around, you know, shooting demons. That's like.
I have a suggestion. I've always used the analogy, whether you're an individual or you're an organization, you're either a giraffe or an ostrich. Ostriches have their head in the sand. They're all about old technology. They miss everything around them, and that's great because they love what they're used to. And then giraffes just survey the land ahead, look for the next new thing, and are open to all ideas and experiences.
We lost someone. Someone walked out.
All right.
I think that's fair.
That was an ostrich. It was an ostrich.
Totally ostrich.
Totally.
You're right.
I thought someone from the panel walked out.
How many of you guys up here are immersed in the music space?
Sorry?
How many of you guys are immersed in the music space? Let's not talk a bit about original programming content. We all know gamers are adapting to this. Let's talk about how this is affecting the music industry right now and what's going on with that.
Well, our experience has been relatively peripheral, but like we'll do a 360 experience around major artist music video, and we kind of tuck in under a music video production company and create the thing that is 360 around what they're doing for the rest of it, and that involves it's probably a four-person crew who shows up. There's essentially a director, someone who's handling the kind of IT of it, someone who's dealing with camera, and a second person who's dealing with camera because cameras are so bananas. But, like our experience is that it is very secondary right now and that the people who are creating content around music aren't necessarily 360 first. You know, like it's the thing that they're doing that's going to go out with the thing that they've always done. And some of those are like the best directors. I mean, to be totally honest, like those are tremendous directors of 2D content who have made stunning genre-bending things, and we're happy to work with them. But the 360 portion of it is not primary at all in our experience.
Have you guys seen the new Sony Music Kygo 360, the VR one?
Yeah, we made that.
We made that. Brad Spark.
Yeah.
I just found about earlier on
Yeah.
that. Tremendous piece.
So people probably haven't seen that yet, but if they were at VR on the lot last week at Paramount, so we launched it there. It's Kygo, the EDM DJ, who played the Hollywood Bowl and closed the Olympic ceremony. It's his new single, and it's a real-time piece. So we started doing 360 music videos. We worked with Chris Milk on the U2 piece. We worked with a bunch of people creating those pieces, and they're interesting in their own ways, but they're challenged mainly technically because of the cameras and for all the reasons we all talk about. But actually creating a real-time piece for PlayStation is a different animal. And as you were saying earlier, it's in terms of hardware and getting it out there, the Kygo piece will be PlayStation first, but then Rift, Vive, and 360. So it's a cross-platform music video, trying to get to the widest audience because for the fans of Kygo, but also defining a new format for Sony Music to actually release real-time music videos, cross-platform for individual songs and albums.
But so stepping back a little bit as a real-time piece, like what were I mean, I'm just actually curious, like, so the things, what was the biggest challenge for you guys?
I mean, we're a VR studio, so we're already talking about what real-time pieces are every day anyway, so you just apply all of that thinking to a music video. Mm-hmm. It's a defined length of music. You've got the vision of the artist. In this case, he's a tropical house DJ, so we started going into a tropical neon avatar-like world, and we're bouncing off ideas with him. And there was already a conversation right at the beginning of the project about it being a journey. So we chose a journey. It's a constant uplifting rise upwards from a cell level to a galaxy, and you're moving through forest and environments. There are 6 or 7 different environment builds that you're moving through, and it's gaze-based to be democratic, so we don't have to be locked into touch controllers or Vive controllers. So we've got gaze-based interaction, but it's really the degrees of freedom and the parallax and the presence in the headset that you're gaining over a 360 video. You know,
I've been in the middle of the music space for a long time. I came from working for John Silva as in-house creative director there and directing music videos before I got into VR, whether it be for Rihanna and Justin Timberlake and a bunch of big artists. And now with what I'm doing in music, a bunch of stuff that I can't talk about here. And then my wife is running the new Techstars Music Accelerator that just launched, and they're out trying to solve problems and figure out, how can we help music industry make money and be more creative, and they're getting VR, pitches constantly. And I directed the Lollapalooza 360 content, and I directed the Coachella 360 content. So it's an interesting space. There's a lot of interest, and what I see is unfortunately a lot of what you're talking about, which is let's just put up a camera at something that is already happening.
Let's get to people and put up a camera.
And let's do some BTS on it, whatever. And the reality is, like, music is way more interesting than that. Music has the ability to really touch people in a way that no other medium can. And VR, I think, has the ability to transcend in the way that music can through a visual experience, through an immersive experience. I think the Kygo piece does an amazing job of that. Red Pill also does a really amazing job of creating real-time experiences around music. It's a landscape that is hard to work in because of the licensing restrictions, because of the layers of approval that are required, whether it be through label, management, artist, promoter, et cetera, down the chain. People think, yeah, let's just grab this track and make something really cool. And what you don't realize is that is almost impossible to do without a certain level of access to be able to get the rights and be able to release the thing. So the biggest challenge, I think, in music, in creating content for music, is that music is in its own way. The music industry gets in its own way. Mm-hmm. And you've got big players in the industry who want to, they've been through hell. They got dragged through the mud when Napster came, and now streaming comes and fucking YouTube's killing them. And, like it basically, they've got a target on their back, and so they really are trying to keep their arms around everything. And it makes it really hard. So we're trying to break those walls down. And as we do, it's people like Sony in the Kygo piece, or the Live Nations or whatever it is, people are starting to explore. And that's what we have to have. We have to have that connection from content creator, technology, and artist so that we can explore and then create something new.
Let's, Ben, I was going to ask you, like, there's a parallel universe between VR and hologram.
Right.
And I know you have a lot of artists that are dead, and you still have the rights management issues.
Oh,
so
well,
those are
that's
really
just it. And just like you said, where the music industry gets its own way, we've been very fortunate that Universal is all about breathing life into old catalogs. So they're really excited to partner with us on the production of deceased celebrity IPs, doing new greatest hits package rollouts. And then at the same time, we have a lot planned for telepresence too, especially with music festivals. I think there is a huge opportunity with things that are really inherently experiential with EDM. I mean, we beamed both the band Perry and Florida Georgia Line. We beamed them into multiple locations for the Country Music Awards. We beamed Mariah Carey into 5 different countries for an experiential campaign with T-Mobile. So we can beaming artists into other locations, so you can have multiple shows happening at the same time is a whole huge untapped opportunity.
So social side of this is going to be huge. I mean, we haven't talked about that today. We all saw Zuckerberg on stage, I'm sure, on videos of him on stage anyway, last week, a week before. And social's massive. I mean, these SDKs for being able to take multiple people into experiences are only just being cracked open. But imagine the Kaigo experience we're building, or the experience you're describing, where you're multiple people from all over the world, just as they already do in persistent worlds in gaming, can put a headset on and go to a place together. You're talking about programming for concerts and live experiences without having to leave your space. I mean, yes, there's people who are going to want to do that, and there are people who aren't going to want to do that. There'll be plenty of naysayers that say VR is not for me, but then gaming's not for everyone, cinema's not for everyone. I meet people all the time who say, I don't go to the theater anymore, I only watch movies at home, I only watch Netflix. The idea that VR and AR is for everybody is kind of a bad place to start. There's people who are going to like it, there's people who aren't going to like it. You know?
Okay, we have like 10 minutes left. I want to open up for some Q&A, but really quickly, let's just kind of walk down this. What, in your opinion, are your best use case of where you think VR is the most successful, whether it's music, gaming, what have you seen to date?
So one of the things, and I'm going to step back a few minutes in time to, I think it was a previous question about audience and things like that. And I think that gentleman's left, but but it, you know, like for us as a company, we kind of came into this as a service company, and the audience was growing and nascent and all that, and you know, like the economic realities of that forced us to look upstream and try to become more of an enterprise company. And so we partnered with a bunch of brands and a bunch of developers who couldn't do what we did, and created a bunch of products and things like that. But like right now, like there's this sort of interesting moment where huge companies are coming in within the next, let's say, 6 to 12 months with very broad platforms. But in the interim, like what we've done is looked at creating things that have an interoperability between platforms, that do things that allow people to be together, to experience things, or to collaborate on things, and to do something that is more social. We're not trying to become Facebook, obviously, but like to do things that are more collaborative and interactive than what you can do right now, in the absence of a Facebook that's going to tuck into Oculus for the first, 6 to 12 months, et cetera. And I think that all of this, like all the people who are making things around VR, are looking for an audience. And to the extent that we or you can create things that are either platform neutral or interoperable as apps, is a huge opportunity. Like to the extent that all of you who want to make things, or who are creating products or content or whatever it is, like it is the opportunity for the next 12 months to make things that everyone can see and that everyone can access, whether it's across mobile, on the Vive, Oculus, et cetera. Like to the extent that you're platform neutral, you are the Android of content or product. So there you have it. That's
Yes,
what I
guys,
would
let's
say.
do quickly, because we've really got to wrap up in 8 minutes. Best use of VR.
Future use?
Future use next year. What your predictions, best use of VR?
I would say, just like as an audience, something I'd love to see. For me, my favorite VR experiences are the ones that get me to do things that I've never done before and most likely will never do. Take me to the top of Mount Everest, put me, in the middle of some exotic jungle. So I think travel might be a huge vertical for that. And so any content creators that can really give someone an experience of just being somewhere in a different environment, not having to play a game maybe, or if they're not a gamer, or watch a piece of content, I think travel and self-experience is a huge part of it.
I'm going to go completely against that, because as much as we all like to have experiences that we can't have, I think it has so much more potential than that, and that feels like such the lowest common denominator. And I know, I'm sorry, but it feels like such the lowest common denominator to just take some money, put them somewhere else. There's so much more that can be done with it. I have no idea what the best use is going to be. I'm not a futurist, but I do know that there is so much more that can be done with the technology than just putting you on the top of the mountain, and I can't wait to see what it is.
I would say, I think you're making a great point. For us, the answer to this question is our commitment to long-form narrative in VR in a way that the person experiencing it is actually participating in the story. And we feel like this is a medium that, this is why I think about our audience gamers, or are they an audience? We think there's a new category out there, and if we do this right, we help to shape that.
You can see that growing. There's a book, I don't know if you guys have read, called Ready Player One, which Spielberg's turning into a movie right now, and there's a couple of interesting references in there. There's a game that the key character has to get past. Essentially, he goes into a room, he goes through the wall of the room, he's in a virtual room, he goes through that wall, and he's in a film, he's in War Games with Matthew Broderick, and he has to play the game, and essentially the exercise for him is to repeat every single line of dialogue perfectly, and as he does, he moves through the game. But it's live action, it's completely indistinguishable from the 80s film, it's been recreated from the pixel from the ground up. It's concepts like that kind of make you think, well, we're not there yet. We're nowhere near close to that level of immersion. But when we are at that point, which is not that far away, then it's a different kind of thing to say someone's going to spend their time in something nostalgic, something futuristic. Mm-hmm. So I would say, there isn't one thing you could put your finger on.
Maurice, any parting thoughts on that?
Education. Yeah. I think education is going to be game-changing. You can imagine you can train yourself to be a superhero or digest information in a way that only VR is going to let you. So,
no, I think VR does a lot out there, as long as it's an immersive experience. There's a lot of different verticals coming up. But I want to kind of open up for a few minutes to the audience. Does anybody have any specific questions in the back? Brown jacket.
Hey guys, I'm in the tail end here, so there might be some redundancy in that, and I apologize for that. But I'm working on a big budget live action volumetric feature. So some of the stuff that I think you talked about in terms of parallax and anything involving being transported through real space as opposed to the spherical kind of dome that we're seeing live. I'm really interested in it, and I'm curious as to hear anything that you kind of know about that space that's going on that I may not have heard about, because I feel pretty educated in it, but I'm always interested to hear since this is
I'm just curious. So like it's a volumetric captured feature. What's your output? What are you planning to release on?
Well, as you know, the computational requirements just required to capture that are staggering, and the playback is just slightly below that. So we're initially focusing on location-based initiatives. It's strange to announce this to a room, but
it's awesome.
We are also actually at this kind of premium outlets.
Yep.
So it's right up my alley to talk to people like you to see this kind of forward-looking thing. This is we're already diving into the future before we're there.
Yeah, however you're doing it now, it's going to be outdated before you finish. That's the only.
That's true.
That's the only thing we know
Finish
for
it quickly.
I think, and this is great, we have 3 more minutes, so I think afterwards, this is more of an ongoing dialogue afterwards with some of these guys. Does anybody have any quick questions?
What's up with airlines?
Yeah, and they're all in chairs too, which is amazing, which is a fantastic equalizer for VR.
Isn't somebody roll it out in
They're
business
all
class or something like that?
yeah.
They're all doing it, right?
Virgin
Yeah,
hands
yeah.
them out at the gate, and the other
Qantas.
people are renting them. All
Yeah,
the
I think
airlines
it's
have them.
Qantas started with Samsung and the Gear VR, but I think there's still a public stigma about wearing a headset. You know, like you can, there's a couple of people you might see on a plane wearing a headset, but there's an element, it's actually, like you're right, it's a private space to an extent. You're not gonna, going anywhere. But I think it's really about people wearing headsets more often, how people feel about that. Like I said earlier, some people aren't going to want to do it. Other people will be fine with it.
Yeah. There's a super dystopian image in my head of just like you walk on the plane and everybody's in a headset just staring and fucking off. And there's a great film to be made on
I have
that.
a very funny story. I know we're running out of time really quick, but I was in the airport lounge, and there was somebody, when I came back from Oculus Connect 3, and somebody put a headset on, and everybody was pointing and laughing at that person, like, what the heck? Because they'd never seen it before. And I did the same thing. I was like, oh, who is that idiot? And I just reached in and put mine on, just like totally like normal, like.
Well, one thing about like the airlines use case, like the Qantas case, I think it was Qantas or Singapore, but like someone who did this like upper class, first class version of VR, and like. But like the whole thing is like they give everybody a Gear VR with like 9 minutes of content on it, whatever. Like, at the time, so for their 14-hour flight, across the
That's
Pacific.
true, yeah. I mean, that was a year ago now or something, and the content would have essentially been a couple of things that Oculus had out. It's pretty slim, so it's to your point, it needs to be a whole plethora of amazing things to watch.
But it could be great.
We've been approached by people that do a lot of MRIs. So talk about a captive space.
Do we have time for one more question? Anybody? That's a good
absolutely.
question
Absolutely.
for Ben.
And offering to be part of projects, kind of like an open source performer or actor, or you can use me, I'll be an extra.
Oh, interesting.
Well, we want you to be the star, actually. Everything we're doing is to, you sort of wear a second skin. You step into the roles of different characters in our stories. And, the question of how do we let you see yourself in VR is an interesting one. And we could talk for quite a while about that. I think the very brief answer to that is people are working on different sorts of sensors right now. There's some interesting work being done in terms of simple things like tracking your feet and knees and elbows in addition to your hands. You could talk a lot about how if that tracking isn't very good, it can break presence very quickly and yield a very bad effect. So if you're going to have it, you have to do it right. Anyway, I don't think we have time for a full
I
day.
just want to give Ben a chance to quick comment for a second, then we'll.
Well,
wrap.
no, I mean, what we do is ultimately you can make a hologram of yourself, and we do certainly mocap and CGI and all that stuff. But in terms of like seeing yourself as a VR avatar, that's something that Facebook is in the infancy stage of putting together.
I'll plug one thing as well. Just two things worth checking out: the Oculus Connect avatars they launched, where you can design an avatar of yourself, and there's an app called Mind Show that was announced at a VRLA event, and that allows you to play characters, record it. It's actually kind of interesting from a filmmaking perspective. You can play 3 different characters, record it back, play against yourself as an actor.
Guys, unfortunately, we're out of time, so that's a wrap, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Sorry, I know you.
Welcome to the 4 o'clock session. Before we start, I just want to clarify the title of the session. The one you're sitting in is The Power of VR and AR, a New Language of Artistry, a Unique Moment of Commercial Possibility and Marketplace. So I just want to make sure everyone is in the right place.
This one's wrong. Yep.
Okay. So before I introduce our speakers, we'd like to learn more about you. So if we could do a show of hands, how many of you work in film and television? Most of you, okay. How many work in gaming? Okay. What about branding or advertising related fields? Okay. How many have used augmented reality systems? Okay. How many have produced a virtual reality project already? Okay. Great. Okay. So let me introduce our speakers. And they'll each tell you a little about themselves. First is Ola Burling, who's Global Director of VR at Media Monks. So Ola, why don't you start by telling everyone a little bit about your company and how you are using VR in your business today?
Sure. So we're a digital production company servicing primarily ad agencies and major brands, which means we do campaign and advertising-based content primarily. And if you're a production company within digital, VR is obviously the new shiny thing. So we're betting pretty big on that. And now we are seeing this major shift within VR from ad and marketing into home entertainment now that all the major headsets are out, and we're heading into the first VR Christmas, which is why it kind of makes sense to be at a place like this. We're about 550-something people, 10 offices around the world, so it's a pretty large production shop, but we do more than VR. However, the number of people within the company that are working on VR projects is ticking up every day. We're at about 15% of the company right now is working on VR.
And the types of projects that you're working on.
Oh yeah, and we do anything in the medium, so game engine based, both Unreal and Unity and other. Video, we build our own camera systems. We do pure audio design for VR. We build post-production tools even when they don't exist. So it's a pretty broad range of stuff. We're trying to tackle the medium on all fronts for now. We'll see how long we sustain that.
And how do you get your clients today? Are these clients that you've already worked with and you're introducing them to the systems for the first time? Or?
Yeah, so ad agencies, when they have, how that world works is there's an RFP, request for price, so they send out a briefing about this is a project for this client that we want to do. They send it to some production shops that they think could be a good fit for that particular production, and you reply with your own sort of pitch, or you try to reply with, this is how we would solve it, this is what it would cost, this is our creative input on this, and then you hope to get awarded the project. And in that ecosystem, you need to be able to do a lot of different things. You can't be a one-trick pony, which is why we're betting pretty big on it, because not every project is going to be a 360 video or a Unity project or an Unreal project. There's going to be this wide variety of different types of productions. So we're also trying to stay at the forefront of what are the possibilities within this, which means what are the cameras, what are the game engines, what are the audio systems for this, what are the other modes of interaction, what is the philosophy around the medium, because this is not just technical. The technical is only there in the service of the experience. So what is at the forefront of user interaction in this medium? How do you deal with, how do you convey information in this medium and not just experiences or emotional impact and things like that? So it's a very broad thing, and we try to be a one-stop shop for those clients that want premium content, that understand that quality takes a bit of time and effort. That's where we're trying to position ourselves. So we're not competing with, 3 dudes running a startup from a garage. That we can't beat them on price, but we can hopefully beat them on quality.
We also have Aruna Inverson, who's VR supervisor at Digital Domain. So in this case, we have a traditional visual effects house that now is working in virtual reality. Tell us a little bit about the model at your company.
Sure. So originally we stemmed from being a for-service visual effects provider and creating high-end visual effects for features and commercials. And recently we have started going into the VR world by coming up with our own camera systems as well. And very much what you've gone through, we've been doing as well as a for-service client services company. And we are slowly doing that. We also develop our own content. We're starting to develop our own content with our content studio group, and they've been putting out a bunch of stuff. So over last week at VR on the Lot, we did the motion simulator that was a big hit that Will.i.am was in. And so we're doing a lot more of these types of kind of activations for clients, whether they be at San Diego Comic-Con or at pop-ups for brands, Nike and the such, and Undefeated. And so we're going down that road and leveraging our client base off of our ad agency contacts as well as our feature film and commercial contacts. So.
Next we have Spencer Hunt, who's Vice President of Game and Interactive Entertainment at Skydance Productions. And you also now have virtual reality as part of your plan. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so Skydance was started 6 years ago now as a film financing and production company. 2 years ago, it added television, and this past spring, we added interactive. With interactive, we decided, really to go right for virtual reality. We think it fits in line with the notion of world building. Skydance has worked on projects like Mission Impossible, and we financed Terminator, and are going to continue doing, large productions like that are kind of, some are blockbuster caliber. When we think about virtual reality, we think about getting into it with exactly that same passion. When we're building VR, we're not just going to be building, short experiences. We're really looking at 2 to 3 hour experiences that will be played as games. It's not going to be 360 video. It's very hard to make the kind of movies that we're making in 360 video, but when it comes to games, we can actually put people in a world that is original and created just for VR. And by original, I mean a lot of our virtual reality projects, and especially our first one, has nothing to do with any movie or film, television that we're working on at all. It's a completely original story. So we've acquired a company that has 60 game developers, and they're in Marina del Rey. And being right down the street from Skydance, it's really allowing us to do this rich collaboration between our storytelling expertise and their technical and creative interaction skills. So all of our projects are, Unreal 4 engine, and they'll be based, on headsets that have hand controllers. We're very much a firm believer that virtual reality is really best experienced when you have hands and agency inside of the world. So our first projects come out in the spring, but I can't talk in great detail about it, but I think there's some questions that we'll get to.
Okay, and for the original content, is it sponsored, or is Skydance funding the projects? Or?
Now, much like we're doing with film and television, we're completely funding this. In the case of film and television, we work with distribution partners, so they'll come in and do partial financing. In the case of virtual reality, we're actually winding up a publishing team, so we'll be releasing a slate of titles each year that are going to be fully financed by Skydance.
Okay. And we have Dario Riccitti, who is director at Zero Code O&D. Tell us about your business in virtual reality.
Yeah, so OMD it's a media agency. It's part of Omnicom Media Group. We have a lot of clients, anything from Pepsi to McDonald's, all the big brands. Zero Code, my team is specialized. We started with gaming, and now 2.5 years ago we moved to gaming and virtual reality. And so my team, kind of like lives in the world of gaming and virtual reality. In other words, how do we get a brand like Pepsi or a Nissan to be involved with one of those worlds, whether creating original content or be part of content like you are producing, for example, with product placement and so on. We don't send out RFPs, and all I've mentioned that agencies, he gets RFPs from them. We actually come up with the concept internally. We present to the client, and once we sell it, then we decide who is the right developer to produce that piece of content based on their skills, based on what we know from previous work that they've done. So somebody who's good for 360 video may get a project from us versus somebody who we have a need for gaming interaction within the experience, then we go to somebody else and so on. Yeah.
Okay. And seated next to me is BC Bierman, who is the founder of the Heavies Project, who has a very unique use of virtual reality. Tell us about that.
Well, actually, I think I'm the black sheep here. We build primarily augmented reality experiences, and I'm a very reluctant business person. I'm really an academic and a digital artist who was sort of drug into the business world. My first project was really augmenting guerrilla-style movie posters. One in particular was back when the Disney Pirates of the Caribbean augmenting Jeffrey Rush's face and converting it to Lloyd Blankfein, the CEO of Goldman Sachs. That got a short blurb in Wired magazine, and it kind of took off from there. We started augmenting all the billboards in Times Square with curated digital street art. That kind of took off virally. And we've been doing sort of actually, marketing campaigns. But ironically, marketers and advertisers kept approaching us. And we've worked with some enterprise companies on a number of interesting projects, all unbranded. So we do a lot of public space, interactive, augmented reality art projects for events like South by Southwest and other international events. But our relationship with this technology has always been sort of an ideological one. And we work with enterprise companies in a sort of a very unique way, I think, and carved out a sort of a niche in this world where we see this technology as sort of a democratized, interactive public space technology. So we have sort of a services angle, we have a public art angle, and we're working on a platform that allows users who don't have a coding background to put content, artistic content, on their own into public spaces and sort of circumvent private property boundaries. That's about as much as I can say about that particular project at this point. And so that's, I think, our AR angle.
And I would imagine in a lot of cases, this is the first time the people you're working with are experiencing AR, since it's still very new.
Yeah, it still has a sort of a magical feel to it, and I hope that lasts as long as possible. But our interest is really vested into public urban spaces.
So let's talk a little bit about where we are right now with the technology and how that fits into all of what we're talking about. So we have Touch coming out in November. We have the Sony PlayStation Move out last week. How important to each of you is interactivity to forwarding your business and the business? Spencer, you might want to start with that. I know that's important to you.
It's for us, getting somebody inside of a world means touching the world. And as bullish as we are on it, I would say that you have to approach it with some caution. Like, a lot of people are not going to have the Oculus Touch controllers. A lot of people are only going to have one PlayStation Move controller. A lot of people aren't going to have Move controllers at all. They're just going to have a PlayStation gamepad. So you have to support a variety of interaction types, or if you're mobile, you're doing gaze. So we kind of recognize all of that, but our primary target for our products is really going after people who are so invested in virtual reality that they're going to have the controllers. It's a little bit of a gamble, but we think that, while maybe the next year is going to be, kind of a rise in both headsets and controllers, we think that over time, that level of immersion is going to be expected, and we're going to kind of stage ourselves to be right on the front of that.
What about the rest of you? How important is interactivity?
Well, I can add some spice maybe by going against Spencer slightly here.
I know we're crazy.
Yeah, so I think we've done interactive things as well. We've done stuff with controllers, but most of what we've done is 360 video. And 360 video has several sort of drawbacks from absolute immersion at this point. And I think controllers isn't really the biggest one. It is certainly, you don't see your hands, so you can't interact with the world in a video. But a much bigger concern for immersion in VR is positional head tracking, or 6 degrees of freedom, because currently you're looking around from where the camera was, but you can't like move your head. I'm not going to have that effect yet on most platforms. And that is sort of a concern, that if you shift your weight slightly, even if it's a seated experience, even if I do that, my vision doesn't change correspondingly, and it undermines the potential for presence or immersion. There's even more subtle cues, such that if I look down, if I turn my head down, my eyeballs actually travel vertically, and my whole life that has resulted in perspective shifting accordingly. In VR, it doesn't. So it feels like the world is sort of gliding or stretching weirdly if I do that type of movement with stuff close to me in a 360 video. Just getting away from those, just having this amount of space for positional head tracking in a video, a very small, not necessarily light field, but a tracked space, that would make a world of difference that I think is more profound for the user experience than any sort of ability to interact with something would be. Yet, of course, there are experiences where interaction is the very purpose of what you're doing. So it is, to me, saying that touch or hand tracking is fundamental I don't think that's always necessarily true. I think positional head tracking for head movement, and because even when I turn my head, my eyeballs are also gliding on an arc, sort of, which is why you're seeing a lot of 360 cameras being of a certain size, because that size doesn't necessarily correspond to a head, but it corresponds to the trajectory your eyeballs do as you rotate your head around your neck joint, so that movement sort of corresponds and feels natural, but you can't do that vertically. And then I think once we get there with video content, we're going to be able to unlock something that is really crucial and that a lot of people are missing with VR. It is really glorious to just be in a space. And actually, the times in your life when you've had a moment when you're just absorbing a time and space, you're really present in the moment. We've all heard the word presence to death, but when you're really present in a real moment, think back to a moment where you've really just absorbed where you are and how you feel, something that's been really pivotal for you as an experience. Were you touching things? I think you maybe weren't. I think you were probably in a more serene mode. This is not disqualifying touch. I'm just saying there are experiences that can be really profound without them. So of course we want the ability. I'm not going to, trip up anyone trying to solve touch or haptics or any of that. I mean, I'll embrace it wholeheartedly. But it's not what we're chasing primarily. I think there's a lot of stuff to unlock in terms of how an experience feels and just the ability to feel present in a time and space you couldn't otherwise be in. And to me, that's the fundamental thing that all VR experiences do. Interacting with the environment comes slightly later on this sort of ladder. I mean, if you imagine a Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but for sort of levels of unique things that VR provides, the presence in a time and space you couldn't otherwise be in, that's the fundamental thing. That's your groundwork. Interacting with that environment comes later. And that presence, we still haven't done that fully well yet. There's still work to do there.
Well, and part of what you're talking about is just the distinction between very expensive headsets and what most people will experience VR for the first time, which is with mobile.
Yeah, yeah. And although mobile is sort of getting positional head tracking, Qualcomm has their prototype, Intel has their prototype, Oculus showed theirs. So it's come in a year. Maybe Daydream are left behind, but that's sort of where it's going with mobile as well.
Other thoughts on interactivity?
I think for us, for interactivity is less, we're dictated by what clients want from us. If they want interactivity, we'll build interactivity for them. But in terms of creating content and navigating with a client through their world, they can control it interactively with the controllers. And they're able to move things around at their own will and position furniture, so to speak, around their world. And that makes for a quicker turnaround while we're developing their content for them, whether it's interactive or not. So in terms of delivering content that has that interactivity, we'll do whatever you want, really. But internally, it helps you to have interactivity when you build your world. And that's how we're kind of approaching it that way. Yeah.
Can you talk more about that? That sounds awesome.
Oh, just
like you actually give clients tools.
Yeah. So we have tools that allow clients to come to our studio and actually, okay, here's a Vive wand. where do you want how big do you want your room? And they can point and say, I want it this big, I want to draw here, this is what this is the dimensions of the room. And we can build the room based on an interactive client session. And so as we develop this content, we have our own little tool set that allows clients to interactively change things and save screenshots, save models out. So then it can go back to our 3D system and 3D modelers and create it for real. Like actually create an asset that has been bought off by the client and said, oh, this is a wonderful thing. I was there when I made this. Like they had a contribution as opposed to just sending pictures. They can sit in their room and move their furniture for them. You know, it's quite an interactive, powerful experience. Whether it's an interactive experience or not. Like, you know, we've done different things for big clients where it's just, I just want a room, but I want to be with you while I make it. And we can do that. And so that's where we approach our interactivity at the studio.
So is it sort of like previs for VR?
It is previs for VR to a certain degree, and it's not just for room scale stuff, right? I mean, we can put anything in the VR space. Like if we have a car client come in and they want to change the color, they can interactively change the color and see it in VR. And they can walk around their car and say, I don't like the side of this. I mean, I'm sure, you know, Ford and GM, they are all having their VR departments create cars because they're 3D models already. And so you have that asset, and to be able to do visual effects quality high-end work in the VR space with their asset and have it move down the road the way they want, it's pretty powerful. And to move the room around their work, you know, it's quite powerful for them. So
I think there's something I'd say about replay value as well. So when we first started doing projects in virtual reality 2.5 years ago, you know, doing a 360 video was amazing. It was just like, wow, this is incredible. And then as we continue doing projects for our clients, I remember we did one, I'm not going to name here because, you know, client sensitivities, but we did a project and we did a focus group with about 100 people. And you were actually being in the scene and you were playing a sports game, but it was shot from a fixed point of view, linear. It was mixed CG with live action. But pretty much everybody that tried that experience in that focus group actually wanted to be part of that experience. They wanted to control that action. And so I think there's room for both linear, whether it's video or not, and interactive. But if you look at what users are looking for, it's more interactivity. As soon as you put them in that headset, and now that I'm there, I want to be able to do something. I don't want to be just a ghost.
And I think there's a generation gap as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we've all been brought up with passive entertainment, a lot of us, watching broadcast TV and things like that.
Right.
And you see like a toddler now, they walk up to the TV trying to swipe to change the channel because that's just logical to them. So we're getting a generation that wants to interact with everything. So we're the fossils up here that should probably not have a say in this.
So there are obviously a lot of research and statistics on AR and VR at the moment, but one that I'll quote is from Strategy Analytics, which is predicting that by the end of 2016, 6% of US households will have a VR headset, which is roughly 11.4 million Americans, and they're suggesting that 93% of those will be mobile phone based, such as Cardboard and Samsung VR Gear. With that in mind, as you create your content, are you anticipating that most of it will be sold on a platform online? Will it be available for people to try at trade shows, or how is it going to get into a user's hands?
For us, when we talk to clients about how we deliver products, there are many different avenues based on on-site activations, like at Comic-Con or any of these trade shows, as well as online, like the YouTubes and the Facebooks of the world. I guess there are only 2 of them, but delivering content through that, we talk to our clients and say, if you want the widest audience, go there. But at the same time, you don't get the specialized VR experience that you would at a trade show, where you can line people up and do stuff in the Vive or in a Rift. So I think as we move forward, we're always going to start to focus on more of these real-time 6 degrees of freedom experiences, but at the same time deliver content for everything else, because we can, and it's in the best interest of the agency and the client that to get their stuff out there into the most eyes as possible, to sell this medium, to get people excited. And then when we put it out there into YouTube and Facebook, you can put a tagline at the end that says, show up here at Comic-Con to see it in real time and to be able to to play with it. to interactively work with it. And so, I mean, I think it's powerful.
Spencer, you're nodding.
Yeah, we have the kind of the same approach. Like, if there's a place that can possibly engage with an audience, we will find our way there. I mean, especially when you're looking at how few units are going to be, at-home headsets, non-mobile headsets. That's our biggest challenge right now. It's like all of the predictions were a little bit soft. The manufacturing rollout was a little bit soft. It'll get there in some version over the next couple of years, but right now we believe that a large number of people will experience our products for the first time at location-based centers, kind of a new version of an arcade. Those are not just going to be in the US, it's going to be all around the world. So we'll absolutely focus on digital delivery. There's not going to be any boxes in our future, but it'll be through every digital storefront you can find, and then as in many location-based centers as we can do contracts with.
And so distribution, even if we sort of dial back down to 360 video, there's a lot of obstacles because, so most video it's a sphere that you're looking around inside of, but we don't have a video format that is a sphere. They're all rectangles. That's how you encode a video, the digital file. So how do you represent a sphere in a video? Well, the most common version is a rectangular projection, which is what YouTube uses, for example. That's really inefficient. So then Facebook and others have developed cube mapping of different varieties where you are a cube instead. It's less distortion, you can get more quality out of the same bit rate, et cetera, et cetera. But then do you distribute that only on Facebook, and how do you do, like, are you getting a lot of views on YouTube, because YouTube being YouTube, are going to get a lot of eyeballs, but are you okay with getting sort of the dialed back slightly blurry or slightly softer, not just because of their projection, but because of their bit rates and transcoding? All that decision. And then we get to audio. And these are all different audio platforms, so your audio mix might need to be redone straight out of the core assets from the ground up for different platforms. Because so Samsung VR, formerly called Milk VR on Gear VR, uses Fraunhofer Singo. Facebook now launched their new audio format, TB format. YouTube uses first-order ambisonics with higher-order ambisonics and object-based audio coming later, but it's not rolled out yet, so you can't build for it yet. And they're using even their version of channel ordering and normalization for ambisonics, which is different from other ambisonic solutions. And so there isn't just this build a content and just roll it out everywhere. You need to plan this from the get-go, because, so just for example, for audio, how you are going to allow the user to hear the audio content of even a 360 video might dictate not just how you mix it, but how you record it. So you should know this beforehand. And so right now, this is hard to predict because we're moving at such a speed that's saying now, all right, in 6 months, this is going to be the established VR audio standard for linear video. I mean, I wouldn't bet money on that. This is crazy right now. So we end up just doing it over and over again for as many as we can muster or as our client can pay for, or sometimes we just do it for free because we want to do it. And that's just 360 video. So we have this problem of standardization, but it shouldn't be standardized. The standards bodies should, let this play out, because this is a boiling kettle right now. Let this simmer for a while and see what comes up on top. Because if you try to nope, this is the standard, you will obstruct evolution. So it has to be the Wild West for a while longer. And us as content providers are just going to have to bite down and just explore and try to do as many as possible in order to find what it will ultimately be the best approach. And again, this is only about 360 video. If you then go to the platform, so how do you design interaction that works with the Vive controllers, which will soon enough be a different controller as they update it. The Oculus Touch, which is only now coming out to consumers. And then you have, for Daydream, you have a single controller that can do some things, and you have PlayStation, which have their controllers with all different sort of input methods and different pros and cons in terms of how realistic emotion feels. How do you throw something with one controller? How do you do a throwing gesture and then translate that into an ultimate throwing gesture for the other controller? And suddenly you're building that little component for all the different platforms that you want to target. So right now, targeting multiple platforms is crazy.
I'm not going to trade you controller problems for audio problems. That sounds horrible.
So it's interesting from our perspective, when we come up with a concept for a client, we decide right from the beginning what we want the user experience to be like, what we want the user to get out of that experience. And based on that, we say, all right, this particular piece of content needs to live on Vive and, let's say, Rift, because these are the only two devices that can offer that level of interactivity. Now, we have to also consider, so that the two things to consider: first, what we want the user to experience, and then the budget that we have. Because every additional platform that we add to port from Vive to Rift, from Rift to PSVR, and so on, adds incremental cost. So for us, the primary thing is like, what we want the user to get out of this, what is the best experience. No one on the client side would expect this to be a mass reach vehicle at this point. So there are trade-offs. We certainly don't recommend using one platform only, so no exclusivities yet, but at least have some flexibility of doing maybe a version that's maybe could be just a regular trailer on a mobile device, and then do the real experience on more sophisticated devices. That's mostly where we're tending to go nowadays. But again, it depends on cost and what the experience is like.
Interesting comments about standards, or your belief that we don't need them yet. But I mean, obviously, traditionally, film and TV has wanted standards. So I'm curious how the rest of you feel. Do any of you feel differently? Do you want to see more standardization at this point?
It would be nice, but I mean, we're so early in this game. I mean, everybody in this room is cutting edge in VR, and so you go out on the street and nobody knows what it is yet. So I think we'll get to standards for sure. I was in I think it was the Lytro Cinema presentation at NAB, and they got the same question: is there a standard for light fields? So well, we're not even there yet. So I think we're in the same place. It's like we have to, go through this Wild West before we can actually make a standard and have a body that can actually focus on it right now. So.
Go ahead, BC.
Yeah, the standards question is a really interesting one. I mean, I participate in IEEE industry standards working groups, and originally it was parsed out and very siloed in terms of AR and VR, and I was always a bit troubled by that. It seems like an artificial siloing of these technologies, and they're really converging. We use a lot of the same technologies, Unity certainly. A lot of the digital assets are the same. A lot of the encoding, a lot of those standards are already in place. And some of them are still shaking out. I tend to agree to let some of this play out. But I think we should be having the discussions. And I think it's important to have the discussions, and the industry players in terms of the content creators themselves, and certainly the companies at the enterprise level should all be participating in those discussions. So on the one hand, I do think it's important to let it play out within, I guess, some sort of a controlled environment, if that's the way to put it. So that's, I think, where I fall on that. And it's both overwhelming and exciting at the same time. On the AR side of things, it seems to have been a little bit more fleshed out in terms of the hardware side and the platform side. The hardware obviously needs a shrink in form factor. The Pokemon Go craze, obviously now I don't have to explain to everybody what the hell AR is. I just have to say, okay, you've heard of Pokemon Go, fine. Now we know what AR is. However, we never got into, at least I didn't, I never got into this game to have people walk around doing this, right? It's still a bit absurd. I'm a little disappointed that the glasses haven't been a little quicker to market, in that they still look terrible. No one's going to adopt AR truly until the glasses look like yours, or the people who are sitting in this audience, they look like your glasses. They actually help you see better. Their prescription. You can turn on AR. You can turn on VR. It's truly a convergent piece of hardware. That's where this is going. We'll get there. I can't predict when, and anybody who predicts when doesn't know what they're talking about. I'm just hopeful for sooner rather than later, before I my hands can't develop anymore. That's what I'm hopeful for. To have continuing, ongoing, productive conversations about technologies, and certainly the ethics behind some of these technologies.
I mean, I mean, these are kind of technical standards, but one of the things that I'm looking at from the, like, so Skydance has the interactive side, but it also has just, you know, film and TV production side. And, you know, there's an existing creative pipeline that goes from pre-visualization to building sets and renting camera equipment, and those things will all be better with virtual reality as part of the pipeline. You know, I want a standard that moves from production to production. Like, I don't want to develop an internal Skydance VR, you know, kind of previs solution. That's a really expensive thing, and it's only going to work for one production. I need something that I can hire a complete creative production staff for TV or film and put them into this, and they already know what to expect out of it. And, you know, so when it comes to standards, there's like the technical pieces, but then I think there's also workflow. Like, we've enjoyed on the traditional TV and film side the same workflow for decades and decades, and this new technology is so exciting, and everybody wants to be involved with it, but until they actually can really decide in their head that investing the time to get good at it is going to be meaningful, as in it's not just going to be this production, but it's also going to help with every next production that they're working on. It's very difficult to get the creatives, you know, that are making the very, very high caliber movies, instead of just dabbling with it, because you hear about every producer in town having some kind of VR piece, but really putting it as part of their pipeline. I think some standard needs to emerge that they realize will be portable.
Right. Well, that's a really good point. I mean, you're not just starting businesses that are doing early virtual reality or augmented reality projects, but you're developing workflows for your businesses too. What are the other pain points where you'd like to see some development?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Okay.
I'll let somebody else do that. But just to tie a bow on it, on the standards question. Yes, I think to add on to that, very good point, is that we're building on these technologies that have been around. This isn't the first go around for these technologies, right? So we're building on existing standards, W3 or WC, excuse me, W3C standards, other standards that we're already building on top of. And I mentioned the IEEE that's done amazing work already in these areas. So these are ongoing discussions that we're building on top of that we're now sitting on. So we're participatory in existing conversations, and then there's another layer of Wild West that I think we need to let play out. To the next question.
Oh, about other things that need to develop?
Yes,
sort of?
yes.
Well, maybe I can find a connection to what you were saying, because a lot of people coming into VR have a background in one specific field. You come in and you're a filmmaker. You come in and you're a game designer. You come in and you're like just a technology enthusiast, or you've worked with machine vision, or you're coming from academia, or any of these backgrounds. However, virtual reality and augmented reality, I would say, and I agree, they will merge. Like this sort of instinctive lust to draw a line between them and define what's what, that's going to look really bad in hindsight, because this will all be the same. You'll have glasses with per pixel occlusion very soon. And so the thing that most people miss when they come in from all of these diverse backgrounds is that VR is not just another screen for a filmmaker, it's not just another peripheral for a game designer, it's a new medium entirely, and it's the most multidisciplinary medium we've had. There's more things you need to get right in order to make a VR production successful than in anything that preceded it. That sets the bar high enough already. And then it's the fact that we're not doing make-believe. You're not interpreting and translating this medium into your head. If you read a book, it plays out in the cinema of the mind. If you're watching a film, the film's not happening to you. You're imagining yourself into a rectangle. The language of film that has evolved now for 121 years has also evolved to reach out to you from its side of the room, out of the rectangle. No one goes to the bathroom in movies or says goodbye before they hang up, and cars explode way too easily. All of these are sort of narrative conventions to help convey what is happening, skipping the the stuff that doesn't matter, exaggerating other things in order to convey a story. But we're not conveying story. It's not make-believe. It's not an interpretation or translation of what's happening in a rectangle. Virtual reality, and the potential of virtual reality that I think is often missed when you are a filmmaker or a game designer, or have one of these backgrounds, and you're looking at this new thing in light of what you already know, is that you're coming into virtual reality and you don't realize that it's not an interpreted or translated medium. It's a direct sensory experience. That's why we all believe that there's something great about it. That's the potential of the medium, to be this direct sensory experience, that you are there. So there was another panel where I was happy to hear someone sort of shitting a little bit on the word storytelling in VR, and I agree, not story as a word, but the telling part, and I'm getting to my point in this ramble, trust me. I think what's happening with VR, the one thing that needs to be developed for VR is this understanding, this realization of what the medium is, and certainly what it isn't. Too many people go, how can we make sure they look in the right direction? Well, you could do it in a frame, you could do it not in VR, and you can control what they see. If you need to control what they see, VR is probably not for you, necessarily. So I think this realization that this can be a direct sensory experience, and the understanding of what that means, not just in the multidisciplinary medium where that sets the bar, but also it's not virtual make-believe, it is virtual reality. You're manufacturing what is supposed to function internally as a replacement for reality's sensory input for you. That raises the bar much further. And one example I usually give, you've probably all seen Truman Show, and he doesn't realize he's in a TV show. But he eventually breaks out of the pattern and steals a boat and sets off to what he thinks is the horizon. And then his boat hits the wall, and he realizes that's a painted sky. Truman will never believe that sky again. And that's what you're doing in VR if you're not doing things well enough. If you're not doing it to be a direct sensory experience, if you're not doing it to be a replacement for reality itself, if you're going into VR producing content with the idea that this is still a medium that needs to be interpreted and translated by the sort of cognitive processing of the viewer, then you're never going to reach the potential of the medium. And that realization, I think, is sort of the elephant in the room that very few people are pursuing. And it's in so much content. Look at all the launch titles for PlayStation VR. None of them are trying to solve for this. None of them are trying to do anything more than, oh, it's cool, you can look around. And I think that's missing the point of the very medium they're trying to monetize. So that's sort of end of rant.
Okay, so since we're running a little bit short on time
Sorry.
already, no, it's okay. It was good. I do want to leave a little bit of time for questions. Yes. Mm-hmm. And actually, I'm going to have to repeat your question, so try to keep it tight so I remember it. Okay.
So my question is actually about intellectual property. Since it's the Wild West, and it sounds like you guys are using, Unity or Unreal Engine. I mean, there's some common basics that you're all using right now. But as we get interactive and people are feeding into this, how do you see the intellectual property rights flowing in a way that makes monetization sensible, right? Because the flip side of it is patent trolls. And any piece of code that gets in there, someone can come and say that this little bit's ours. Or for those of us on the production side, we want to make money off of how this interacts, right?
Okay. So the question's about intellectual property.
And intellectual property in terms of the tools used to produce the content.
Yeah, I mean, so many of the things that we're seeing commercialized today were developed in the 60s or early 70s. I have a feeling that there's going to be some landmines that are going to come out. I mean, and those are, who knows? I mean, I've done a little research on patents, and there's not a ton there, but I suspect somebody's going to come up with some weird gesture thing that they're going to say, we own that gesture.
And yeah, and I want to piggyback on that as well. As so Digital Domain, we created a tool almost 20 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, called Nuke. And that was our internal compositing package that only Nuke had, only Digital Domain had. And we were able to use that to our advantage when we created visual effects for features and commercials. Now, a couple of years later after that, we're able to monetize that internal tool set, and that gets sold to the foundry for untold amounts, right? So we see that happening now. Like if there's time spent to create the tool set, then people will want that because it's the best it is, or it works in their environment. So I think we're going to see that IP for tools come down the line.
You made a standard.
Yeah, well, we made a tool set that now everybody uses.
Yeah.
Like every feature film, every
We use it all the time.
Yeah, so everybody uses it now, and it used to be just in DD, and now it's shared to the world. And now we don't have those. We don't have it anymore because it's been sold. But at the same time, it started as something that we developed to solve a problem. So
I'm just going to touch really briefly on the question again, because I think your concern is what if you monetize something and then someone says, hey, that utilized my piece of thing. And we've had that happening with web technology for a while, for example, where everyone relies on open source code libraries for JavaScript or whatever, and you build a site and then someone changes the licensing for that, and you have built a site so it auto updates to the latest version of your JS library, which is no longer under the same licensing terms, and someone comes in and tries to patent it. So that same mechanism applies in terms of auto updates. Be careful with auto updates of content. Make sure you're vetting what goes into each update that gets distributed. But the game engine, so Unreal and Unity, that's all cleared. You can use them just fine. Those structures are really clear. You would have to be more concerned with the same type of thing that have been an issue for all other mediums. Have you bought the rights for the samples you use for the audio stuff? Or the 3D assets you used for something, or it's just asset management to a large extent. So there is a little bit of the code library type stuff, but the major ones you're going to rely on, which is sort of game engines and audio engines, because that's what gets packaged into the distributable form. Whatever tools you use behind the curtain before you distribute it, no one needs to see that, and if you've paid your license, you're good, but no one knows if you haven't. So in the distributable package, it's going to be the game engine, the audio engine, potentially some extra code. So for Unity, for example, there's a bunch of interesting sort of middleware or libraries to start off of that have mapped the controllers already, so you don't have to set up everything up yourself. Just make sure to read the licenses. It's sort of like web development or a lot of other software development.
Okay, yes, in the third row. Yes.
For Spencer, you mentioned crafting 2 to 3 hour VR experiences, original experiences. What's the driving creative document in that for your specific development process? Is it something like a GDD, game design document, in the script? Is it something else that's like an amalgamation of just learning on the fly? Could you speak a bit to that?
Sure.
So the question is about the strategy behind the 2 to 3 hour model.
Yeah, so sure. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a kitchen sink answer. It's like all of the above. So we start out with a log line, right? A primary mission. I mean, I look at this as almost product development, right? Like, what is the user needing to experience through this? I mean, we very much take an emotional beat, and how do we, in the case of this one product we're making, it's like, how do we evoke the feeling of being a hero? And every single aspect of the game, whether the story is post-apocalyptic or kind of real world, everything has to drive towards making the player feel like a hero. So we'll use that to couch a game design document. We'll use it to drive a script and story development. But all of both of those things come together, and what we're finding is it's a bit of a zipper where we'll make, a game design document, then we'll write a story side of it with just the beats, no script, and start to see if those things line up naturally. And when they do, fantastic, and when they don't, it's a little bit of a battle. In most cases, we're finding interesting vehicles. Like, we'll do cutscene, not so much of a cutscene, but we'll take a player out of an experience and say, do a flashback in order to insert. I mean, very common film or TV storytelling tricks will employ that within the interactivity. Although each point of those, even a flashback, has to be interactive. You just can't take somebody out and put them into a movie.
Okay, yes, on the end.
You had said that, at least on this end, you're creating your own camera rigs. Is that by choice as a differentiator, or is that a necessary evil?
So the question is why they're creating their own camera rigs.
Both is the short answer. So the slightly longer answer is every camera system is a compromise. Every production requires a slightly different compromise. If we have the ability to tweak the compromise to the production, we try to do so. So we have 3D printers and aluminum CNC milling machines running to build new mounts, and we're trying different lenses, and we're trying different sensors, and we're trying different data capture systems, because it's not just about the quality of the image, it's how can you deal with all the data that these things generate. The Facebook Surround 360 camera generates about 1 terabyte an hour, and that's pretty nightmarish to deal with in post. So we're trying to optimize all of it, because by the time something is turned into a product and you can buy it off the shelf, the cutting edge has moved on from there. That said, there's something really compelling about a complete ecosystem and all the sort of support you can get for something like Nokia Ozo. So I'm not trying to diss on them, but for a lot of projects, it's worthwhile pursuing some alternate options as well.
And I'd go along with that too. It just depends on the production, and sometimes, a GoPro Omni rig is great, and sometimes we have to roll our own. It just depends on the client's vision and what they want to get out of it and how much money they have. So.
Okay, yes, in the second row. Yes.
So I have a question which is more sort of a business, an overall business question from your perspective. So as far as the mainstream entertainment industry is concerned, not the gaming industry, what makes you think from your perspective that VR is not going to be just another blip along the road like 3D? And what would it take for it to really become mainstream in an entertainment industry environment that is not as promotion of existing film or TV franchises?
So the question is how do you make the entertainment industry mainstream for VR?
I have opinions on everything, but Dario hasn't said enough.
I was asked the question actually a few times, is this going to be another 3D TV thing? And I think there's a huge difference between what 3D TV gave you as an experience that to me was more of a special effect. As big as my screen was, even in an IMAX theater, I could still see the people around me. I could still see the tables, my furniture, my coffee table. In VR, you actually transport it in a different place. So it's a totally different experience than what 3D TV was able to give you. In terms of mass reach, I mean, it's really going to depend at the end of the day how good the content is going to be. I come from the gaming background. I know that console sales are driven by how good the games on that specific device are. And I think it's going to be the same thing in virtual reality. As there are so many people working at content, even way more than what 3D was, that I think you're going to see pretty quickly people getting interested in specific type of content, whether it's gaming or industrial design or movies or linear content. There's such a variety of content that's being developed for it that I think it's just a matter of time. The one thing I would say is everybody's looking for this, how can I get this now? And I think we need to be patient. Where in VR, we're back in the days of where Lumiere brothers were, when the first black and white movies were appearing on a screen in a public space. So we just need to wait a little bit, but I think it's going to get there. It's my take.
Okay, we have just a couple of minutes left, so I wanted to ask my last question. So you're all already working in VR and AR, but if the industry is truly going to continue to develop, what is the call to action? What do we need to do as an industry to continue to evolve this area?
Well, I'm just going to add on to what you said. Content drives it all. And there's a lot of content that's being put out there just to fill holes. And I think that's really problematic because every single piece of content that we're making right now could be somebody's first VR experience. And the first VR experience is the most critical. And when I make something, it's like we're collectively working on our own projects with our own customers, but we are actually launching an entirely new medium together, cooperatively, whether we're working on the phone together or not. And content is everything. So I think that to me is the takeaway.
It's a good question, and I think it actually is a good adjunct to the previous question and to your question, which I thought was a great one. I think it's twofold. One, we do need to understand that these technologies are really convergent. And one thing that hasn't been mentioned that I think is a part of this discussion is artificial intelligence. artificial intelligence is really the structured data backbone that will ultimately sit behind certainly augmented reality, but in some ways virtual reality too. Augmented reality would be sort of the visible user interface in many ways for artificial intelligence. Okay, so one thing that I think that I don't want to throw cold water on the discussion in any way, but I'm going to. Yes, virtual reality's been around before, several cycles before. You know, will it last? We'll see. You know, there's cognitive problems, potential cognitive problems that need to be vetted, physiological problems, potential problems that need to be vetted. And these are also part of these standards discussions that I think are important. And these are industry discussions that need to be had on very high levels, and we are having these discussions. For the industry to be proactive about these potential hurdles as a part of the hardware and the experiential mass adoption or potential mass adoption that I think people in this room are hoping for, to be proactive on those fronts and to be open and transparent about those potential hurdles. Those are social and ethical questions that need to be confronted head on. And I'm hoping that they will be, rather than retrospectively. So I think in sort of addressing those questions reflectively is an important part of these types of discussions, in addition to sort of the, you know, the content creation and the vertical discussions as well.
I'd piggyback off of that. I mean, it's called virtual reality and augmented reality for a reason. We are creating our own realities in this world, so we have to be cognizant of that.
Anyone else, or, okay. Okay, I guess that's it. So thank you all for joining us.
You've been a